My main man, Jake Shapiro, who ruffled some feathers yesterday.
Did I?
Oh, you should have seen the stuff on TikTok, on Twitter.
TikTok?
People were going crazy, yeah, with some of the clips and your takes about Jaden Daniels.
Oh.
Over Bo Nix.
I didn't see any of this.
Yeah, you know, when it comes up on my algorithm, like I'm at home scrolling the couch, you know, I'm doing whatever. I had dinner with the lady last night, or should I say the lady? And out of nowhere, it's like DenverSports 104.3. It's you and I chopping it up on the midday show, and you're ruffling some feathers, you know, with some folks in the comment section. So mission accomplished for you, Jake.
It wasn't the mission. I'm just speaking the truth, and I'm sorry it's hard for people to hear it. I just speak the truth. That's the whole ethos of what I've done in the media for a dozen years.
You know, in the Goodfellas line, right? You're a funny guy. You're a funny guy. I think I do need to say this. I think you're a natural contrarian. I think a lot of
How do I say I don't think that, because that that's against what, like, I can't say no, I don't believe I'm a contrarian, because that proves the point. I can't do anything with that.
And I hear you, but I think the point is a lot of your takes are typically not the normal take. I would
agree with that. That's
right?
why I have this job.
Exactly. And I think you just zig while others zag. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think yesterday's conversation about Drake May and Bo Nix and everything else with that is a prime example of your takes.
I mean, I'm not going to go Marilat on it and put Drake May at number one just to tick people off. Like, that's not what I believe. I'm sharing what I have seen on the football field,
okay,
and what I've believed to be true about the game, and what I've come to understand in my limited knowledge compared to some people, and vast knowledge compared to others about sports experiences. And in my opinion, what I have seen from Bo Nix is that he's a really, really good quarterback that I build my franchise around, but there's about 15 guys I'd take before him.
Pissed me off a little bit.
All right, let's show back conversation. I don't want to get it started like that. I just had to bring it up because of what I saw on social media. Yes, it is Nilo Piro, Jake Shapiro here on Dover and Cecil again today. Hope everyone's doing well out there. Tribe, we want to hear from you on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We got Alex behind the glass as well. I do have a question for the Tribe, and I'm trying to. It's kind of a personal situation. It's not like that bad, but like, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. So I'm flying out early tomorrow morning. And typically I have like a family member of mine kind of take me to the airport and drop me off. And then I get them back when they go on a trip or whatever it might be. Long story short, my parents have kind of abandoned me. My family's like all out of town and this and that. I'm watching the house. I'm watching the dog. So I'm like the only one that's here right now. So I'm trying to figure out how I get to the airport early tomorrow morning. I've never parked my car at DIA because I got like one of them like 6:30, 7 a.m., you know, early morning flights. And I'm like a little worried about taking an Uber from Broomfield, Colorado at 4:30 in the morning. And so where I'm at here, Jake, is do I schedule the Uber tonight, because you know you can do that now, and hope and pray that it shows up at 4:30 in the morning to take me to the airport? Or do I just go out there and park the car and pay the $15-20 a night, or, you know, per day fee, whatever it might be, having never done that?
How many days are you gone?
I'm gone Thursday, like 5 nights.
So it's going to be like $60 to potentially $72 to park your car, I think, at the satellite lot.
And I looked it up. It's about $50. It actually might be cheaper to park the car because it's like a $50 Uber from where I'm staying right now.
Right, and you're going to have to Uber back.
Correct.
So, and, you know, technically speaking, you can split these costs across 2 people, I believe.
Technically, but, you know, what kind of a man am I going to do that?
I mean, I look, I've got a wife.
Make her pay for gas at that point, bro.
Yeah, you know, hey, buy me a meal, babe. All right, we'll be all right. No, the conversation has been had. I'm just debating of like, because I kind of like the convenience of the Uber. You know, it's like you just get dropped off right there. Like,
you don't have to wake up.
No
for
shuttle.
Real.
See, here's the other thing we were talking about this morning when I was disheveled getting ready for the show. I'm like, well, what if I just like call the Uber, schedule the Uber like 15 minutes earlier, and if it doesn't show up, we just hop in the car. That could be a play.
I think that's a decent play, but now there's the new thing with Ubers, and I don't know if this has happened to you, where Uber doesn't cancel your ride despite the person not wanting to pick you up.
Correct. That happened to me. a night out in Lodo a few weeks ago.
I was out in Lodo. I was trying to get home. I was literally sitting on the curb for 45 minutes because the person would not cancel despite the fact that they weren't going to pick me up.
I'm posted up outside the Shake Shack on, what is that, 30th?
Yeah,
after a night out in
there.
Rhino. Like, dude, it's like my girl's like dying. She's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Like, we've been out. Like, the heels are off and this and that. I ended up getting banged for like a $50 Uber back to DU. It was ridiculous.
I wouldn't rely upon Uber is what I would tell you at this point. We have some lovely transit options with the A-line if you're able to get down to the A-line.
Yes, I've taken the A-line before. I'm way up north now that I don't think it makes that much sense.
Yeah, to take the train to the train, which
Correct.
I don't even know if it runs that early. I would probably, as the biggest advocate for public transit in this office, I would probably even consider driving in your situation. I will note that you have a very nice car, and DIA is the spot where I am most nervous about leaving.
Oh,
my
really?
car.
Is there a reason for that, or is that just...
That is where the most car break-ins happen in Denver.
Interesting.
By far.
My Bugatti's not going to hold up over there, man. Something like that.
I woke up in
a new Bugatti. Yeah. No, but I think, the tribe's chiming in here. Appreciate you guys. It's a lot of people saying I should drive and park. I'm getting some suggestions here. And I got some Lyft recommendations too. So we'll go back and forth. I just wanted to throw that out there for the tribe because I feel like I've done the morning show, I've done the afternoon show. All of the texters on this station are great, but I feel like the relationship the texters have with this show in particular is the most personal of the bunch. So I figure the tribe members could steer
you're
me
not
in the
just
right
tuning
direction.
in and tuning out on your drive in or out of work. You're chilling with us all day.
Yeah, I love it. 10-2. We got a lot to talk about today, man. We'll talk about the Nuggets Summer League. We'll get into Trevin Brazil. Of course, we'll mix in some Denver Broncos. Yesterday, we saw France get eliminated from the World Cup as well, so we'll mix in a little England and Argentina conversation. I've got a cool topic for Check Your X on the program today that kind of links these two teams together potentially. So
the Falkland Islands?
No.
Oh, you don't know about the Falkland
don't.
Islands? Okay, well, I'll explain. I can do a giant history thing for you.
We can get into daylight savings, too. You ready for these 8? Imagine doing the morning show. And I'll save it more for Check Your X. But imagine when daylight savings goes away and doing the morning show and everything that kind of comes with that.
Oh, it's gonna be great for me.
Well, yeah, it'd be awesome for you.
More sunlight later in the day. Ooh,
you wake
baby.
up like this is like the equivalent of 5 a.m. for you right now.
Pretty
Jake.
much.
Like it's funny because like Jake and I do the Shapiro and Piro show together, right, on the DenverSports YouTube channel, and we get in the studio, we have everything probably put together right around 1 o'clock, right, and the show goes out, shortly thereafter, and. Like, we're, texting topics. Like, Jake will start texting me topics at, 2:30 in the morning when I'm asleep. And then I'll wake up and I'll respond to, 7:45 a.m. I'm like, yeah, I like this. And then we don't convene until, noon. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. I mean, the NBA is a late-night league, man. I'm up late with the league. That's what I got to tell you.
True. No, I like it. So, make sure to check out Shapiro and Piro if you'd like to on the Denver Sports YouTube channel. We'll have some fun on the program today. Got to welcome in our main man, Alex, though. What's up, brother? How we living?
Dude, we're living great, man. I'm excited. Another edition of Shapiro and Piro for 4 hours. It doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, depends on who you ask. But I would agree. It's a good time to be on the airwaves, no doubt. And, there's plenty to kind of dive into today as well. Like, it's not as lean typically as it is. Like, some of the Broncos stuff that we're going to talk about. I think Brendan Marion of the Colorado Buffaloes had some really interesting comments as well that we'll get into.
I think he's the coach in waiting. I've been very high on Brendan Marion. I liked him a lot at UNLV. Some people are more particularly, interested in what he did as a head coach at Sac State. But his last job as an OC at UNLV, he turned what is historically an afterthought of a football program into one of the more exciting programs in all of college football 2 years ago. I mean, I was watching UNLV football all the time. There were some really good UNLV Boise State games when Genty was at Boise State. So, and that was Brendan Marion's offense.
No doubt. And I think Brendan Marion, a little bit of a spoiler alert, he's the one reason that if you're a Buff fan, you should be optimistic. I think he's the one guy that could hopefully get this team kind of back in the right direction offensively. So we'll get to that here in a little bit. But why don't we hit a break? When we come back, let's fan the flames here a little bit. ESPN continuing along with their lists and polls and all that good stuff, release their top wide receivers in the league. Where's Jalen Waddle? Where's Cortland Sutton? Jake and I will dive into that next.
Nikola Jokic says he'll sign next summer. But with $360 million on the line and no ink on paper, is the Nuggets front office feeling the heat?
Phil, if he doesn't sign this contract and he is watching the Denver Nuggets organizational moves to put him in a position to be successful, and those moves are to duck the luxury tax and the repeater tax and become less of a team that got beat in the first round anyway. You got humiliated by a team who got humiliated by another team that went on to lose. So you're not close. If the idea is to make the team worse to benefit more financially, and Jokic does walk, he would have been well within his rights to walk.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here for SodaDietNutrition.com. Listen, 4 weeks free. That's the big summer offer. That is outstanding. Call 866-800-SODA and mention this radio station. Mention the Fan, 866-800-SODA, and mention 104.3 The Fan, and mention me, Cecil Lammy. Because why? Hey, I lost 60 pounds. You kidding me? 60 pounds gone 5 years ago because of SodaDietNutrition.com. I've lost the weight. I've never gained it back. Why not? Because I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I have all the tools now to maintain a healthy lifestyle, all thanks to soda. You want the same thing? You want the same results? And listen, I tried the other stuff. I tried other diets, and they didn't do it for me. Soda was the key, and having that personalized nutritionist there to help me along the way, that was really outstanding in my weight loss journey. You're on your weight loss journey. You need a little help. You need some guidance. You need a plan. SodaDietNutrition.com. Don't forget, SOTA is state-of-the-art.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar today at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar today at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Men, erectile dysfunction can affect much more than just your sex life. It can create stress in relationships, leading to feelings of anxiety or embarrassment, and impact your overall confidence and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and we specialize in treating men's sexual health issues to help men find solutions that fit their individual needs. ED is a frustrating condition, and many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But the good news is that if you're like most men, we have the answer. Our licensed medical providers will evaluate your specific medical situation and recommend a plan designed for you. And these advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates of well over 90%, which means you and the one you love can have great sex again without the fear and worry of ED. You can even last up to an hour or more, and you may just find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
There are so many out-of-state roofing companies and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Oh, a little Tunchi getting us started here, Alex. Welcome on back into the program. Anilo Piro and Jake Shapiro. We are Shapiro and Piro in for Dover and Cecil today. Hope everyone is doing well out there in and around the Mile High City. And Jake, let's get on into it. Let's fire up the texters and the listeners out there today. ESPN. Let me ask you this. Are you surprised, first and foremost, that they didn't do the quarterback list last? Because I feel like quarterback is usually the one that people get most interested in. Obviously, we debated quarterback yesterday. Today, it's going to be wide receiver.
No, I am not.
Why is that?
When did they release the quarterback one?
Wasn't it yesterday?
Monday.
Or Monday, the Monday morning quarterback.
Monday morning.
Big day.
Big day. Nothing going on in sports. They planned this out, man. This has literally been planned out for months.
Fair.
They knew exactly when they were going to release this. Trust me, I work on internet content my entire life. Like, I know how to do these things. It was released on Monday for a reason.
No, I hear you. Well, okay, the top 10 wide receivers in the NFL as voted on from NFL scouts, executives, all that good stuff, as well as we know yesterday, Courtland Sutton cracked the NFL top 100 for the first time, coming in at number 68. Spoiler alert, he is not on this list in any capacity, which is not surprising, but not even as an honorable mention. And no Denver Broncos wide receiver finds himself cracking the top 10, which I don't think is that crazy. I think we have high expectations for Jalen Waddle, but I don't think anyone... I'm sure there's some Bronco Mania fans out there that have orange and blue glasses that think Jalen Waddle's a top 10 receiver in this league. But I don't think that. I don't think you think that. I don't think Alex thinks that. I think we all think Jalen Waddle is a very good wide receiver, but top 10 maybe not so much. Although, Jake, Jalen Waddle did find himself in the receiving votes category of this list. The honorable mentions included guys like Malik Neighbors, who's hurt right now, Mike Evans for the Niners, Zay Flowers of the Baltimore Ravens, who, interestingly enough, Courtland Sutton found himself above on the NFL Top 100 list, Tyreek Hill, who's a free agent, Drake London, Jamison Williams, and away we go. So no Broncos in the top 10, no Broncos in the honorable mention, but Jalen Waddle receiving some votes.
I would argue that there are two current free agents that are better than either receiver the Denver Broncos have.
Let me guess, Stephon Diggs and Tyreek Hill?
Correct.
Isn't it crazy Tyreek Hill still hasn't signed with the team? Like, I know he's banged up off the injury, and there's some off-the-field stuff, too, with him. But you're talking about when he's been healthy. Tyreek Hill's been one of the more dynamic receivers in the NFL.
If you're in a situation, why wouldn't you wait until November to sign with the team? Like Odell Beckham Jr. did the year the Rams won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I don't know where he's at in his recovery either. Like, I don't think he's fully healthy. Like, I don't think he'll be good to go for training.
For sure, and that's part of the reason. It's like you're not fully healthy. You can wait to see which team really wants you and needs you and has a spot for you, and you can see play out in front of you. And there's no reason to rush it if you're Tyreek Hill. Now, Stephon Diggs is a truly weird one. I know he's had some off-the-field stuff too, obviously, and they seem like to have some stuff in the locker room. I still kind of wonder, personally, AP, would you rather have Stephon Diggs and the draft capital associated with the Jalen Waddle trade, or would you rather have Jalen Waddle on the Denver Broncos?
I think I'd rather have Jalen Waddle on the Denver Broncos just because I think Stephon Diggs is a bit of a problem off the field. And I forget who I had these conversations. I think it was Dover, some of the pods that I've done as well, like people like, trying to, I don't know, justify is not the right word, but like, I guess being okay or downplaying is probably the right way to put it, the stuff with Stephon Diggs. But ultimately, like I think Jalen Waddle fits the culture of this Denver Broncos team seamlessly. I think Stephon could be good for, a flash in the pan, a year here, a year there, whatever it might be. And maybe the ceiling's a little bit higher with Stephon Diggs, but I'm okay with what the Broncos gave up to bring a guy that fits their culture in Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I understand that argument. I'm pretty much with you. It is a first-round pick, though, and there were some pieces there.
In a down draft, though.
You're telling me right now if the Broncos had drafted Jadarian Price, they wouldn't be able to use him, the running back out of Notre Dame?
No, they'd be able to use him, for sure.
You think he would be better than
But I also, like
Jonah Coleman?
It's kind of like the conversation of Major League Baseball when it comes to trading prospects for a known commodity. Like I don't want to say half the time, but how often do we see these prospects kind of flame out? Like the Chicago White Sox, for example, like when they traded oh my gosh, what's
Chris
his name?
Sale?
Yeah, Chris Sale. Like those prospects are now just starting to pay off. I know
no,
it's
they're
different
not.
in the NFL.
Those guys are out of the league. Some of them,
but some of them are just coming up.
But
too.
they also did the same thing 10 years later with Garrett Crochet to the Red Sox, and all those prospects are the reasons why the White Sox might go to the playoffs this year.
Right, but my point is that it's not a guarantee. And I mean, look at Jahdae Barron as prime example. Like, if you could go back in time entering into the Jahdae Barron draft, knowing that you draft Jahdae Barron, if you say, hey, I could trade that first-round pick and get Jalen Waddle, are you making that move? 100% you are. And that's probably not fair to Jahdae Barron either, though, Jake. I mean, I think the jury's still kind of out on him as a player, but like year one for Jahdae Barron was disappointing, like at best.
I know Stephon Diggs is 33 years old. Jalen Waddle's been in the league 5 years. Stephon Diggs has had more receiving yards in 4 of the 5 years he's been in the league. And he's a free agent.
Yeah, for a reason, though.
I know the reason. I'm just pointing out that I think there are 2 talented wide receivers that are more talented than either of the receivers in the Broncos rooms currently sitting on the sidelines. And when you look at it from that perspective, it kind of makes sense why neither Broncos receiver is getting love here. I spoke out yesterday, and I'm like, I love that Courtland Sutton's getting love from the players. Courtland Sutton's a good guy. Courtland Sutton's won a lot of football games here lately. He suffered through some really bad times and some bad injuries, and he overcame. And I really like Courtland Sutton as someone who likes the Broncos. I like Courtland Sutton. As an unbiased analyst, I don't think Jalen Waddle or Courtland Sutton are 2 of the top 20 receivers in the NFL.
I think Jalen's closer to that top 20 mark, and I think Jalen
Courtland Sutton's a better player than Jalen Waddle.
Now that I don't necessarily disagree with you on. I just think Jalen from production and how he's viewed is closer to that top 20 mark. I think Courtland Sutton's one of the more underappreciated, underrated wide receivers in the league, and that's why I'm thrilled to see this is the best running mate Courtland Sutton will ever have had in his career. Like, say what you want to say about Jerry Jeudy, that's another guy who never lived up to his potential, specifically here in Denver. Like, this pairing of Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle will be the best he's ever played with in the NFL.
Well, Emmanuel Sanders towards the end of his career.
Towards the end, I guess.
Yeah, and he had the very end of Demaryius Thomas, too.
True.
You can't forget that. Again, Demaryius Thomas, like, it was the very end. Emmanuel Sanders still had something in the tank when they played
But we're
together.
talking about prime Jalen Waddle here, right? Like 2 guys in their prime. And let me make this comparison, because the top 10 of ESPN's wide receivers list here, number 1, no surprise. Well, actually, this is kind of a surprise. Jamar Chase.
That's a surprise. Why would that be a surprise?
Maybe JSN at this point.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Maybe I shouldn't say
Jamar Chase was going out in
but
there getting the football from whoever last year.
That's fair. I don't know. I just think the year that JSN had, I think you put a little more respect on it.
Jamar had the Triple Crown 2 years ago, and he was still good last year.
Right, but you're looking into... Okay, I don't want to get too sucked into that. But Jamar Chase, number 1, Justin Jefferson, 2, Jackson Smith and Jigba, number 3, Puka Nacua, number 4, Amon-Ra St. Brown, my man, number 5, CeeDee Lamb, number 6, George Pickens, 7, Nico Collins, 8, A.J. Brown, 9, a guy that the Broncos, could have kicked the tires on if they wanted to, and Devontae Adams, 10. The reason I read that list is, 1, it's interesting, but there's also 2 guys on that top 10 list that play for the same team that I think can kind of profile similarly to what you're going to try to see from Jalen Waddle and Courtland Sutton. And I'm not saying the tandem of Jalen Waddle and Courtland Sutton is going to live up to the potential of these guys. But when I see the shiftiness of Jalen Waddle and the go ball ability and the 50-50 ball ability of Courtland Sutton, in a way, it makes me think of Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and kind of how they compare and contrast off one another. I know you're going to look up the stats in ELO, but this guy has 5,000 more yards and this and that. That's not what I'm trying to debate. I'm saying the way they play the position. I think Courtland plays similar to that of Devontae Adams, and I think Jalen Waddle can play a similar type of role as Puka Nacua. You're talking about yards after the catch, shifty over the middle. That, to me, is kind of how I envision this 1-2 punch of Waddle and Sutton playing out for Bo Nix. Probably not living up to that expectation of those 2, but that's a style of play I could see them playing with together in this Broncos offense.
So Puka had 1,700 yards last year. But if you combine the 2 guys, 2,400 yards, about 24, 2,500 yards. If I set the over...
You're combining who?
Puka and Devontae.
Right.
Because Devontae had about 750 yards last year. If I set the over-under at 2,400 yards for Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle combined this season, are you taking the over or are you taking the under?
The number is, one more time?
2,400. 2,400.
I'll say slightly under just because they've both been right around 1,000-yard receivers. I'd say it's probably closer to, 2,200.
Well, the theory is both guys have, Tyreek has given Jalen Waddle that guy.
Correct.
But Courtland has never. So the theory is that Courtland's going to be even more unlocked because he's never had a guy that really takes the attention away.
Right.
So if that theory is true, 2,400 should be achievable.
Especially with, and ultimately we'll see what happens with Davis Webb and how he calls the plays, but Bo Nix last year leading the league in pass attempts. Like, there's going to be opportunities abound, and that's where, to me, like, the prospect of having Jalen Waddle is awesome because it's a household name and, again, a proven commodity in this league, but I think it's more about what he does for Courtland Sutton. I really do.
Yeah and no. And again, comparing Puka is, I think, a fool's errand because Puka's 6'2". Puka's
True.
huge.
True.
And I think both of these guys, Puka and Devontae, are elite receivers in the NFL, have been elite receivers in the NFL. I think when you look at Cortland and Jalen Waddle, I think both guys are very good. Both guys on a good year could have a Pro Bowl type of year. I don't think either of those guys have ever been considered a top 5, top 10 receiver in the league, and both of those guys, Puka and Devontae Adams, Puka now more recently, Devontae Adams over the course of his career, consistently within that regard as the elite receivers.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's going to be interesting to see how this tandem shakes out for the Denver Broncos, but I think the prospect of it, at least on paper, is something to get excited about. And again, I don't put any stock into neither one of these guys making the top 10 list. I think the guys that are on this list are much better and much more proven of being higher ceiling type of receivers than Jalen Waddle and Cortland Sutton, but we'll see what they can do together on the football field for the Denver Broncos this season. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, this is a fun one. We want to get the texters involved here. We've been talking about, favorite Broncos of all time, this and that. We're going to build a starting 5 around Nikola Jokic. So Nikola Jokic is our starting center. Looking all-time Denver Nuggets, who would we surround Nikola with? Jake and I will get into that next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with all these Bluebird days in Colorado. Enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
This July, make the most of summer adventures in the all-new 2026 Honda Passport from Champ Honda. Designed for drivers who want capability without compromise, the Passport is equally at home on Colorado back roads, weekend camping trips, or your daily drive across town. At Champ Honda, buying is just as easy, thanks to their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, giving you a transparent price, a single advisor, and a faster, more enjoyable experience. Plus, Champ Honda never charges dealer handling fees.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the Denver Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play.
That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is Balk, B-A-L-K. Text Balk to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's Balk to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, let's get right on into it. We're going to build our all-time Nuggets starting five around Nikola Jokic, which I think off the rip here, Jake, means no Dikembe Mutombo, right? Like, you
Does
can't,
it?
Who's running Mutombo at the 4?
I'd put Jokic at the 4.
Or you put Jokic at the 4?
Yeah, potentially. I think the question here is, are we building this basketball team for 2026-27, or are we building this team for just some anomalous year?
I think it's an anomalous year just because it's like a year to, like, think about how vital the 3-and-D players become over the years and, like, how that's kind of now evolved to versatile defenders that can guard 2 through 4. Like, I feel like even like in the last 3 or 4 years, like the type of role player you need on a championship team has changed.
Right. 26-27, I'd much rather have a player like Aaron Gordon than Dikembe Mutombo.
Right.
But I'm aware of, obviously, Dikembe Mutombo was a better player in his career than Aaron Gordon.
So we'll go around the horn here, and we'll kind of go guard, point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, and then obviously we all have number 1-5 at center, unless either one of you two has someone. I know we framed it as like building around Nikola Jokic.
Number
1-5. Switch it up. Nikola Jokic. All right, let's start with the point guard here. I want to get the texters involved as well, and we'll go over some of your guys' list too. Jake, I'll start with you. Alex, you're involved in this too. All-time point guard surrounding Nikola Jokic. Where are you going?
Jamal Murray. He's the best point guard in Nuggets history. He's a top 5 player in Nuggets history, in my opinion. You look at the season he just had in
not at the 2.
No, and tallying over 7 assists a game. I want the ball in his hands. His shooting production is unlike any other player in Nuggets history in terms of his on-ball and off-ball creation. It's actually a blessing that we've seen Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic play together for so long, and I hope that continues into the future.
Okay, Jamal Murray for Jake's 1. Alex, who's your number 1?
I don't think there is much of a debate here. I would go Jamal Murray as well as my point guard, as well as just the fit with Nikola Jokic is perfect. I don't know if maybe like Abdul Rauf is someone that's good next to him as well, but I just think overall fit, I would go Jamal Murray.
I think that's the guy, and we just didn't see enough of him, but that's the guy I would maybe put over Jamal just because the shooting is also there and the creativity. But the other thing that comes in with Jamal is he's like 3 inches bigger than Mohamed Abdul Rauf.
No love for Fat Lever.
Yet.
Okay, so we might have a Fat Lever at the 2 guard. I'll just switch it up for conversation's sake. I'll go Fat Lever my 1. I'll run him as my point guard, and then I'll spoil it for myself. I'll have Jamal at my 2. And it's interchangeable and all that kind of stuff that can go up and down the court. But Fat Lever, to me, has to be part of this team, as does Jamal Murray. So I'm going Jamal 1-2. Jake, where are you going for shooting guard?
Well, that means you leave out another valuable person in Nuggets history. But I think this is the most interesting question with building this team is what do you do at the shooting guard position? Because here are the names I currently am considering. Fat Lever, who was on defensive teams, was a triple-double threat. He is 6'2", but also had a propensity to shoot the ball, got you assists, did like literally all of the connector stuff you need in basketball. You could also go Alex English,
correct,
who is one of the best players, if not, the greatest longer career in Nuggets history. Jokic is kind of taking all of his records. I have Jokic as my GOAT, but before it was Alex English. And Alex English obviously led the 80s in points per game. He was an incredible scorer. You can go for more scoring punch. You could also go Bobby Jones, who is a Hall of Famer, was on multiple all-defensive teams in the 70s. I think was all-defensive first team twice for the Nuggets. There's also Ralph Simpson, who was a 6-time All-Star, mostly coming with the Nuggets in the late 70s. Fantastic player. And then I also think you have to mention the most underrated shooter in Nuggets history, which is Kiki Vandeweghe.
Correct.
If you wanted to go the shooting route at the 2. So I ended up settling on a guy who kind of gives you all of the combination in between, which is the guy who you already picked, and that's Fat Lever. But that's who I was considering for that 2-guard position.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think Fat would play really well off Nikola Jokic with kind of the athleticism and the ability to cut towards the basket too, and I think you pair that with Jamal Murray, whether they're your 1 or whether that you're 2, like you're going to have the scoring from both of them, but also maybe a little bit more of playmaking ability from Fat that maybe you don't have in Jamal, but you have that killer instinct from Jamal. I do want to acknowledge this too, the text line's humming about this. No one's picking Chauncey Billups, or I guess Alex hasn't gone yet, and no Allen Iverson yet, specifically for the point guard position for Chauncey and AI.
Well, and I'll say about Fat Lever, by the way, too. He's 6'2". Kiki Vandeweghe 6'8". I think that's part of the conversation here, because Kiki Vandeweghe kind of, not as big as Porter, but offers you some of those skill sets, a bigger shooter. I don't think Chauncey was, if you look at his Nuggets career, we're doing Nuggets, right? We're doing their Nuggets top 5. This is why it's really hard to put Spencer Haywood on the list, even though Spencer Haywood's 1 season with the then Denver Rockets is freaking incredible. Maybe the greatest single season in Nuggets history. I think it's really hard to put Chauncey on this list. Allen Iverson had 1 incredible year for the Nuggets.
Right.
Jamal Murray's had about 4 of them.
I think that's fair. And I think, again, if we're looking at it from their Nuggets careers, that makes a lot of sense. Alex, where are you going with your 2-guard?
I think this was really interesting. We haven't mentioned his name yet. I think David Thompson, of course, the Skywalker, the player that Michael Jordan famously said was one of his inspirations. I think he played the 2 more often than not, but also flexed into the 3 quite a bit. My entire debate is, do I want more of the punch on scoring, or am I trying to be a more defensive-minded team, at least in the 2 position? Because you know what Jamal Murray is and you know what Nikola Jokic is. They're not the greatest defenders. Fat Lever offers a little more athleticism.
Exactly.
He offers more of that defensive versatility. I think if we're trying to build a team around Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, I think Fat Lever is a great 2 in this situation.
Yeah, I think any combination. So we're all in agreement then. It's Fat Lever and Jamal Murray. I have Fat as my 1 and Jamal at my 2, but we have them both in the guard position.
And this is where you get to the problems, because I think we've all got David Thompson at the 3. Maybe not? Okay.
No.
So David Thompson, 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fine with having 2 smaller players with Jamal and Fat, but when you start putting 3 in there with David Thompson, I start to get a little bit nervous. So that's why, again, I go back to the list where I was like, do I put Bobby Jones? Do I put Kiki Vandeweghe here to put more size at the 2/3? Or, just straight up go Alex English and go with the size. And you talk about cutting ability and mid-range shooting off Jokic. Oh, my God, with Alex English. So I don't know. I'm going to still talk through it, but right now that's what my 1 and 2 are.
Okay, so I'll just kind of you said everything that needs to be said. I'm going Alex English at my 3. And I think he's like, if there's one nugget that I think perfectly complements Nikola Jokic's game with like the scoring ability, especially from the mid-range, it's Alex English. And I just think, before Nikola Jokic, he was probably the best Nugget of all time, right? You talk about Fat Lever, you talk about Dikembe Mutombo for different reasons, but it was always Alex English that came to mind for me, David Thompson as well. So I'm going AE at my 3. That one was actually not particularly hard for me to make, which means in my list, fellas, I'm not including David Thompson, which could be a hot take and could be controversial, but I need Fat Lever, I need Jamal Murray, and give me Alex English at the 3. We'll go to you, Alex.
Well, it's interesting because I think a lot of people would want to hear Melo's name here or in the next position. That's where people are, because now I'm actually curious why none of us have said Allen Iverson's name, and I think it goes back to what Jake was saying. His career or his tenure here with the Nuggets was okay, but I'm not going to look back at it and say like we got the best years of Allen Iverson. I have Alex English at my small forward as well.
Great minds.
I think what he offers Nikola Jokic and what he was as a Nugget was the embodiment of what that team was back then. Just kind of ran into the Laker buzzsaw as every Nuggets team has year after year after year, save the championship. So I think Alex English is just the natural fit at small forward.
So you guys like Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon together, right?
Correct.
Imagine I give you one of the 3 greatest dunkers of all time in David Thompson. Like, that's the thing.
But also think about, and I'm not trying to, I guess I would be using it against him, like, one of the greatest dunkers of all time, sure, to use the J.J. Redick line, though, like against who in that era? Like, would David Thompson still be that effective in the modern day?
Well, he's 6'4", probably not, but we're not building this team for today. I'd completely build it differently. I'd put Porter in there. I'd put Kiki Vandeweghe.
You're
I'd
not
just go all
Porter in
size.
there, bro.
Yeah, if it was for today, I'd go all size.
Yeah, what I say,
the whole
Alex,
league is size.
The contrarian.
The whole league is size.
No, I know.
What do you mean? Like, the whole league is size right now. Carter Bryant is playing in the finals because he's big.
Right.
Like, that's the thing. So, I got to go David Thompson because he is the only other player in Denver Nuggets history to be first-team NBA. He is
good point.
The single greatest Nugget besides Jokic in terms of what he did in his peak. Alex English gave you the longevity where he set all the career records. David Thompson on his best day was better than Alex English on his best day. David Thompson could do anything on a basketball court before he kind of got some off-the-court issues.
Yeah, no doubt. I think, again, that was a hard one, a hard name for me to leave off my list. And
he was doing it against Dr. J, by the way.
Yeah,
no,
the
janitors.
You're not wrong. But okay, for how many Dr. J's were there compared to janitors in the league at the time? And I'm a guy who loves the old NBA, too. Like, you can't tell me...
Okay, so people,
it's not even close.
I've heard people make this argument. Oh, the league stunk so much, the entire Denver Nuggets were the All-Star team in 75, 76. You know why the Denver Nuggets were the All-Star team? Because they were so freaking good. The AVA was just like, yeah, they're hosting in Denver. Why don't we make it the Nuggets versus the rest of the league?
With my favorite uniforms in Nuggets history as well, I believe, at the time. Let's hit a break. Let's roll this conversation over. We'll get to our power forwards, and then we'll kind of analyze the teams as a whole. I also...
George Gervin, Artis Gilmore, give some respect to these guys.
One thing I want to get into, too, and the text line's making me feel this way. Jamal Murray is not as beloved as I feel like I thought he was amongst Nuggets fans currently. We'll dive into that as well next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for a refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar today at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar today at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Bank of America, sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026, dedicated to offering solutions to help businesses meet their goals. bankofamerica.com/gamechangers.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, this is a really fun conversation that we're having. We're talking about all-time starting 5 for the Denver Nuggets around Nikola Jokic. I guess theoretically you could take Nikola off of the team if you want to put someone else in the center position or move Nikola to the 4. But yeah, like that doesn't make any sense.
You can't take him. I could go with basically any combination of 4 guys around him, but if you're not starting your Denver Nuggets franchise best starting 5 with Nikola Jokic, go root for the Lakers, man. We don't want you.
I want to read a couple of texts here of some starting 5s. We've still got to fill out our power forward. We're also just decided we'll do a 6th man kind of honorable mention as well. But I want to read a couple of texters' lineups here. The 8933 has Allen Iverson, David Thompson, Alex English, LaFonso Ellis, and Nikola Jokic. Fun team. LaFonso Ellis, obviously a very good player, but I don't think I could put him on my all-time starting 5.
Yeah, and the thing with AI, which, again, really good one season in Denver before his career kind of fell off, the more the ball's in AI's hands, the less it's in Nikola Jokic's hands. And that, to me, is the problem there.
Fair. Frank in Lakewood adds, got to go McDice, Kmart, Chauncey, AI, and Jokic.
You know the meme of the Bugatti sitting in the hood and, under the...
That's going to be my car at DIA this weekend.
Okay. That was literally what Antonio McDice thought his career was with the Denver Nuggets. He was just like, I am so much better than these people. And you know what? He was right at a certain time, but he was also not right.
Fair. So, yeah, no, it's interesting. Antonio McDice is a guy that I think gets a lot of people going. I think David Thompson's obviously an interesting one where you put him. No love for Dan Issel yet on the list as well. Let's get back to it. We'll go with our 4, our starting power forward on the Nuggets all-time starting 5. Jake, where are you going at the 4?
Yeah, I think the question for me here is, do I put Issel here, Aaron Gordon here, or Dikembe Mutombo? And to me, Dan Issel...
You're seriously considering Mutombo at the 4?
Well, it'd be Jokic at the 4, okay. But yes. Mutombo is the single best defensive player the Denver Nuggets have ever had. And to me, the entire issue with Nikola Jokic, if you're going to nitpick his game, and it's the nitpick, right, because he's the greatest player they've ever had, it's that his rim protection is not there. Well, who's the best rim protector maybe ever in NBA history? It's Dikembe Mutombo.
No.
Right. And here's the other thing with Dikembe Mutombo that gets lost to history. Dikembe Mutombo is one of the best dunkers from the 7-foot size that the NBA has ever seen. Later on in his career, when the tracking data became apparent, he's still dunking the ball like 180 times, 200 times a year. And I know he wasn't doing much outside the rim, but the rim pressure that generates, along with the fact that he's a guy that could go out and get you 15 rebounds a night, that to me is really appealing. So it's really hard for me to not go with Dikembe Mutombo, and I think I'm about to go there. But I just want to give Dan Issel love. Because to me, both Alex English and Dan Issel I have not put in my starting 5. And Dan Issel and Alex English are both are on my list of 5 greatest Nuggets of all time. I think Dan Issel's career gets overlooked, especially by the younger generation, because he was a 6'9" white power forward, and he wasn't that, attention grabbing as a player. But this was, until Alex English came and took the crown, was the greatest Nugget in terms of like longevity that they had ever had. This was the only Nugget until Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr. that had played in 2 Western Conference finals, which until they went to the finals in 2023 was the furthest they had ever gone. Dan Issel is a legend with this franchise. I know there was some sour stuff when he was the coach of the franchise, but as a player, no doubt a legend. In my top 5, not in my starting 5 for around Jokic, I'm going Mutombo. Even though Aaron Gordon is the best player fit-wise in Nuggets history with Nikola Jokic.
I like where your head's at, and I think the justification makes a lot of sense. Because Fat Lever's on your team as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's your shooting guard.
Yep.
So you're going to have, that's pretty good defense in your front and your back court.
Yep, one great front court defender, one great back court defender.
And it kind of makes up with Jamal Murray, who can be, like, Jamal tries, but is by no means a great defender, and Nikola Jokic is, pedestrian at best.
Right, and then I've got David Thompson, who, again, can do anything on a basketball court, but 6'4".
Okay, I like that starting 5. Alex, who's your 4?
I'm going to go with Aaron Gordon. I think that's what Jake was saying, is he is the perfect fit next to Nikola Jokic. The system that Nikola Jokic likes to play, AG found his role in that and then made it something special. That dunker spot was something that kind of was an afterthought for a lot of teams. He turned it into essentially his career, and then obviously learning how to shoot the basketball the way that he has now really has elevated his game. I will honorable mention, just because this was the era of Nuggets basketball that I was watching so much, I'm going to shout out Danilo Gallinari. He was a fun Nugget. He had the shot of the century, if you remember that, the running out of bounds and one shot that was incredible. I thought he was a great Denver Nugget, and yeah, he won't make the cut for me, but he would be in that train of thought for me.
And you wonder what Danilo Gallinari's career and what the Nuggets would have been if he never got hurt, right? And that's one of the bigger what ifs.
And what that team would have done if he had gotten hurt.
Quick Danilo thing for me, my name being Anilo, when I first moved here, that's how I got people to understand how to pronounce my name, because I moved here 2012 coming into high school. And so Danilo, always loved the Italian brothers, but that's always a special connection for me. Loved what he did on the basketball court, and obviously an interesting time in Nuggets history. I like that honorable mention. I'm going to keep it simple here because I can't put Carmelo on my list, because if Carmelo was on my list, he'd be at the 3. And when we brought this conversation up yesterday, I said I would put him on my list, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go with Alex as well. I think I've got to put Aaron Gordon at the 4. Defense, versatility, lob threat, especially if he's healthy. Probably the best teammate Nikola Jokic has had to play off of his style alongside Jamal Murray. While Aaron Gordon, I don't think is as good as some of the other names like a Dan Issel or a Dikembe Mutombo, I think the fit next to Jokic is just too perfect to pass up on.
If you're building the team for 2026 basketball, I think Aaron Gordon is someone that has to be on this team.
Yes.
He's the perfect blend of size, skill, athleticism, shooting, all of it. So I understand the Aaron Gordon pick. I do find it interesting that until just now, Carmelo Anthony wasn't even mentioned in this conversation. Carmelo Anthony isn't in any of our starting 5s, it appears. And I don't know that Carmelo Anthony is going to be either of our 6 men.
Here's another interesting one that I want to piggyback off of real quick. This guy could be your 6th man too, and we're going to talk Carmelo here in a little bit as well. You're talking about defense in your rationale with Mutombo.
Mm-hmm.
What about Marcus Camby, a guy who won a Defensive Player of the Year award?
Yeah, Marcus Camby was an incredible defensive player. There's no doubt about it. But when I look at Marcus Camby versus Dikembe Mutombo, I get a couple more inches of size. The blocks per game is about the same, at least at Camby's highest heights. Mutombo, is more consistent with it. But Mutombo is also a guy who is grabbing 5 more rebounds a game. I know Camby had maybe a little bit more of a mid-range game, but Mutombo was a guy who in the prime of his career, when I think about Dikembe Mutombo, he was dominating at the rim, still scoring 13 points per game. Marcus Camby never had a year in his career where he scored 13 points per game. So the defense, I think, is a little bit better with Dikembe. The offense, which is a funny thing to say about Dikembe, was definitely a lot better than Marcus Camby.
No, I think that makes sense for sure. I'll give my honorable mention. Alex gave Danilo Gallinari. I got to put David Thompson as my honorable mention / sixth man just because of the reasons that we listed. Versatile, can do so many different things, can score, can play defense, has athleticism, can dunk. To me, like, that was the hardest one that I had leaving off of my all-time starting five, so I would have David Thompson, the Skywalker, as my sixth man. How about you?
Yep, no doubt about that. You have to have him on your list somewhere, in my opinion. And for me, I am going with Alex English, who is one of my favorite players in Nuggets history, as my sixth man.
Wow.
6'8", the size, the mid-range shooting.
Let me ask you this. Is Alex English the second best Nugget of all time?
In terms of longevity, yes.
Like when you think of like the Mount Rushmore of Nuggets, like A's on that list.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's just that, and his peak was very high as well. It just wasn't as high as David Thompson or
leading
Nikola
scorer of
Jokic.
the 80s, I mean.
Yes, but David Thompson, again, 2 first-team All-NBAs. Alex English was never one of the 5 best players in the league. Alex English was longevity, was a very good player for a very long time. Here's something I would say about Alex English that I don't think you're gonna know the answer to. Who shot more threes? Alex English for his career, Deron Holmes last year, or Zeke Naji last year? Who made more threes in their career?
Well,
Who made more
It
threes?
sounds like a trick question. It sounds like it's going to be one of Deron or Zeke.
List them in order.
Alex
English
I'd
career.
go Zeke, Deron, Alex, just because I think I know how your mind works.
Deron made 20 threes last year. Alex English made 18 threes in his career. And Zeke made 14 threes last year.
That's crazy.
Yeah, isn't that crazy to think about?
Yeah, no, it is. It is, wow. All right, so my all-time starting 5 around side Nikola Jokic, I'd have Fat Lever at the 1, I'd have Jamal Murray at the 2, Alex English at the 3, Aaron Gordon at the 4, and then, of course, the big fella at the 5. Alex, your starting 5?
Got Jamal at the 1, Fat Lever at the 2, Alex English at the 3, AG playing power forward, Jokic at the 5, and I'll also have Thompson as my 6th man.
And Mr. Shapiro?
Murray, Fat, Thompson, Joker, Dikembe, and then I've got Alex English coming off the bench.
Okay. I like it. Let us know your thoughts on the RamosLaw.com text line. Whose starting 5 do you like the most? Do you have some additional starting 5s of your own? Feel free to throw those out. When we come back, let's stick with the basketball theme. It's kind of a basketball mood right now. We had Summer League last night. Trevin Brazil made a big impact. We'll talk about that when we come back right here on the show.
Bo Nix led the league in game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
And that was year 2.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
Now he's fully healthy. Jalen Waddle is in the building, and the same O-line is back for a 3rd straight year. So what's the one thing everyone's going to notice the moment training camp opens?
Here's the biggest thing I think people are going to notice right away as we get into training camp and on into the preseason. You're going to hear this phrase a lot. Get ready for it. You ready? Here's the line.
All right, give it to me.
It looks like the game's slowing down for him.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Robbie and Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled about 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. Man, I see so many bad stops on these DUIs. Unlawful arrests, the police putting body cams off. The evidence is sketchy. We got to go get the evidence. We go find those cameras, the stores, the ATMs, the banks. We got the experts to challenge their breath tests, their blood tests. My office has over 100 years experience at this stuff. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
High prices are here to stay. Gas, groceries, insurance. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second guess yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen, that low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math no one wants to face, but it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. There's no upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. So call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Average savings based on borrowers who save over $200.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Denver Deck Builders can absolutely build you a great deck, but as their owner, Ron Gibbs, explained to me, they can do so much more.
Well, sometimes people will want a roof over it. Sometimes they'll want a kitchen, hot tub. But whatever the family needs are, the bottom line is they're wanting to spend time outside in a little bit different environment than their kitchen table. They're with their kids, their friends, and they're enjoying building relationships and building memories.
Start planning your dreams with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
and debate about our all-time Nuggets starting 5 around Nikola Jokic. You guys were fired up on the RamosAw.com text line as well as the Champ Honda YouTube chat. Keep those texts coming. We're going to keep the Nuggets conversation rolling too. But
got some on YouTube still coming in. Andre Miller is shouted out by Griff. We've got Chris on YouTube talking about Kenyon and Jokic. Keep shouting us out with more of your starting fives. Would love to hear the whole starting 5, Chris and Griff.
Yeah, Big Perm says Camby at the 5, Jokic at the 4, AG at the 3, English at the 2, and Jamal at the 1 with Melo off the bench.
Size. Love it.
A lot of size. All right, well, speaking of size and speaking of upside, did you watch the Summer League game last night, Mr. Shapiro?
Oh, I mean, I am on it for us. No one's more sicko than me when it comes to Summer League.
This I could agree with for sure. And last night we saw Trevin Brazil absolutely hoop. And Trevin Brazile was one of the first, or actually the first player the Nuggets drafted this year in the second round. They also drafted Bryce Hopkins out of St. John's. Brazile, a older guy, as is Hopkins, coming out of college, and drafted out of the University of Arkansas. Last night, the number 35 overall pick put up 32 points, 19 of which came in the first half, by the way. He was 6 of 12 from 3, 11 of 19 from the field, and the Nuggets Summer League team ended up winning the game. Look, let's not go crazy here about a Summer League performance, but, to a certain extent, like the jury will still continue to be out on both of these guys with respect to what they can be for this Nuggets team in their rookie season and beyond. But it's nice to see a guy like Trevin Brazile, who you and I thought, coming out of the draft had maybe a little bit more of a chance to make an impact right away, kind of show up and show out here in Summer League.
Yeah, it's a guy that I look at who offers you size, athleticism, and skill. He is an experienced college player who was both a all-defensive team player, was the defensive player of the year in the SEC, but also one of the better dunkers in the conference. And I know some of this is just off the fact that he's been in college for a while and he has that grown man strength. And that's part of why he's dominating Summer League, is he played in college for a while and not all these guys played in college all that long. So there's part of it. But man, there was a sequence last night in the Summer League game where he hits back-to-back-to-back triples. Then there's this weird play where the ball's kind of ping-ponging around. He ends up on the other side of the court, and he throws down a nasty windmill dunk by himself, and then he ends the first half with hitting like a half-court heave. Just really exciting stuff from Trevin Brazile, and I didn't expect to go into the season going, yeah, Trevin Brazile could make an impact. I'm excited to see Trevin Brazile. I still don't know that I'm there, but now after his Summer League performance over the last couple days, and Bryce Hopkins has been very good as well, I look at both of these guys, and I'm more assured in the take that I gave on Shapiro and Pirro, which was, I don't know that either of these guys are going to impact the roster this year, but I like what the Nuggets have drafted for, particularly in the second round, and I think both of these guys could have an impact on the Nuggets roster in the future.
Yeah, no doubt. I think Brazile, if there's going to be one player that makes an impact, sooner, I think it has a chance to be Brazile. And again, last night, 32 points, 19 of which came in the first half, 6 of 12 from 3, and 11 of 19 from the field. Like, nice to see, but again, I saw our guy Jeff Morton point out on social media, like, you can't go crazy about Summer League. Like, I think, Hunter Tyson a few years ago?
First team Summer League, yeah.
And when has Hunter Tyson amounted to be in the NBA?
I think the headline on DenverSports.com was, did Calvin Booth just find another gem? I missed on that one.
And Nicholas Skidavili was the Summer League MVP, I believe, of the 2004 Summer League.
That was top 5 moment in Nuggets history before Joker?
No,
like Elias Diaz.
No, not like Elias Diaz, like the conversation yesterday. So let's take it easy on Trevin Brazile. I don't think that this performance is, anything to go ride home crazy about, or just, think about what this guy could be in the rotation come night 1, game 1. But that's what you want to see in Summer League, right? Especially from an elder statesman. You're talking about a guy who has that grown man strength and, one of those older guys coming out of college. Like, you should have a performance or two like this in the Summer League. You mentioned Bryce Hopkins as well. Like, I think you kind of make note of it and file it away for when we get to preseason training camp and all that kind of stuff. It's a nice moment to see in the summer. I don't think it's necessarily anything indicative of what Brazile may or may not be this year.
Yeah, Summer League is just the ultimate confirmation bias. It's, this guy looks awesome. Yeah, I thought he was awesome. That's great. This guy looks bad, and I thought he was awesome. Well, it's just Summer League. No one really cares. This guy's bad, and he looks awesome. Well, it's Summer League, and no one cares. This guy looks bad, and I thought he was bad. I told you he was bad.
Yeah.
No matter what goes on in Summer League, you can just use it as confirmation bias. I guess I'm doing that to a certain extent because I'm just saying it's confirming all the things I already knew. So there's that, but it is nice to see a guy actually do it on the basketball floor, wearing a Denver Nuggets jersey, and that's what we've seen from Hopkins and Brazile. Hopkins a little bit more consistently, Brazile last night. And again, the fact that we're seeing a little bit of 3-ball too from Brazile, I think is an element of his game that I knew was there, but didn't know it could be such a loud portion of his game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that makes a lot of sense. Let me ask you this. What does a successful rookie season look like for Trevin Brazile? I'll leave Hopkins out of it just because I don't think he'll have the same opportunities potentially. Like, is a rookie season considered successful for Trevin if he simply cracks the rotation? Is it making a legitimate impact? Is it playing a Spencer Jones-esque role, or is it simply kind of getting your feet wet in the league? Because I think that's where, I'm not expecting much from Brazil. Maybe some people are. Maybe he does come in and make an impact right away. But to me, it's about, this is unfair of me to say because DaRon Holmes was hurt his entire rookie season, but, by the end of the year, we can remember that you did a couple of things for this team. Having some household name recognition, that's what it is to me.
The last time the Nuggets had 2 second-round picks, I think, was 23-24 when they drafted Jalen Pickett and Hunter Tyson.
Correct.
Those guys played a combined 175 minutes their rookie year. I would expect it to be more this year because, as we broke down yesterday on the show, the Nuggets lost 5,000 minutes of action already in free agency. Obviously, Marvin Bagley is going to fill in a lot. Tyus Jones being here for the full season is going to fill in a lot of those as long as those guys stay healthy. But there are more minutes to go around. I would set the over-under as the combination of these two guys play a combination of 500 minutes. I would take slightly over because I think Brazil's actually going to get a run, in February or December where he is in the rotation getting 8 to 12 minutes a night a little bit, and he's going to get a look. And that, to me, is the important thing is, can he get a look and make an impact for, a 2-3 week stretch and just be like, he showed a flash. I just want to see a flash from both of these guys at some point. And DaRon Holmes last year, he was a rookie. That was his real rookie year. I don't know that we saw a flash with DaRon Holmes, but when he got in garbage time, he did fill it up. And that was interesting. And that was a first-round pick. So even if we get what DaRon Holmes was last year in garbage time with either of these guys, that to me is something they can build off of going into year 2. I'm not expecting either of these guys to be rotation players, except for maybe, like I said, with Brazil maybe getting thrown in there if guys get hurt and he gets some time.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Ultimately, we'll see how this plays out for Trevor Brazil as well as Bryce Hopkins in their rookie seasons. All right, when we come back, this is a fascinating conversation. There are 2 polarizing athletes in Colorado sports history that both appear to have a bit of beef with the franchises in which they played with. Which athlete is more likely to bury the hatchet? Nolan Arenado and the Rockies or Carmelo Anthony and the Nuggets? That's next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts will have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Cecil Lammy here for SodaDietNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because they set up a dynamic diet for me that is custom fit for me. Listen, everybody has different food responses, food preferences. They have different schedules, work schedules, when can you work out, all those sorts of things. So for me, I always use that as my excuse. Well, I'm fat because I can't lose weight because I don't have time. BS. It's bogus. Soda taught me the way. How to eat, what to eat, when to eat. And having that personalized nutritionist along the way was a huge benefit. Why? Because sometimes you need help. You're out and about. You need to text somebody, hey, what can I eat? Here's a menu. I'm at a restaurant. What can I eat on this menu? Your nutritionist is there to help you make those good decisions. And making those good decisions puts you in a good weight, puts you in your healthy weight. You want to start your weight loss journey, SodaDietNutrition.com, SodaDietNutrition.com, and 866-800-SODA, because soda is, S-O-T-A is, say it with me, state of the art.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for a refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar today at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar today at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
What's up, guys? Philip Lindsay here. Summer is here. Tee times, perfect drives, and days on the greens. But if joint or back pain is keeping you off the golf course, it's time for you to discover Regen RX. Their shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing. No surgery, no downtime, and no risk. Right now, get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps reduce chronic pain so you can get back out there. Book your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Got the
All right, rolling along here on this Wednesday. Anilo Piro and Jake Shapiro in for Dover and Cecil. Appreciate you guys rocking with us. Been a fun show.
You know how we were having the conversation yesterday of anonymous sports franchises?
Yeah.
For me, it's the Texas Rangers. That's number one. Because every time I play one of those like 82-0 games or like try to pick a team, I'm just like yesterday I found out Mackenzie Gore's on the Texas Rangers. Like I knew that, but I forgot that.
When I think, I disagree with you because I think of like Natali Feliz, I think of Josh Hamilton, I think of Adrian Beltre.
Yeah, but like those 60s, 70s, 80s Rangers teams, like I'm
Nolan
telling you,
Ryan.
Yeah, but that's
that's about
you
it.
would really struggle
if
you wouldn't be able to name more players for other franchises.
Yeah, it's modern Rangers that I know. I don't think I could tell you anyone from like pre-Alex Rodriguez. I don't think I could tell you.
Right, but outside looking in, I still think the Rockies are in this conversation, and one of the only people guys would be able to name is Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, true, and it's a good bridge of the gap here, and this spurs from the conversation we had yesterday where it's like, well, if Nolan Arenado were to become a Hall of Famer, would he go in as a Rocky? Would he go in as a Cardinal? Would he have, no name on the cap? And I think you were the one that brought it up, or maybe it was Alex, of like, who do we think buries the hatchet quickest or first between these two athletes? Obviously, Nolan Arenado appears to have no love lost for the Rockies organization, and Carmelo Anthony with the Denver Nuggets. And obviously, I think that one has been a little bit more well documented with Melo now being a studio TV analyst and everything that kind of comes with that. But point being, these are two all-time great players in the history of their respective franchises that are kind of on the outs with said franchises.
Yeah, and for me, I am on Nolan's side 100%. That's the day that lost me as a Rockies fan. Like, I'll never root for the Rockies as a serious fan. Like, I'll always want them to do well, but I'll never root for the Rockies. I'll never claim to be a fan of the Rockies after they traded Nolan. That just broke me because it was the stupidest trade. It was for the stupidest reasons, and it was the most talented player they've ever had. And I'm still not over it. I'll never get over it, quite honestly. People will tell me to get over it. I'm not getting over that. The Tulo trade I got over. The Nolan trade, I'm red hot raging about this still like 7 years later. The thing about looking at Carmelo, though, is Carmelo, to me, I am not on Carmelo's side. I am on the Nuggets side with Carmelo. Carmelo always felt like he had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Maybe some of that got leaked from the Nuggets side of things, but Lala wanted out. We all know Lala wanted out, right? Like, that was a common piece of knowledge. And the way Carmelo has treated the Nuggets since leaving, to me, is why it still sticks a wound in me and constantly bothers me, because every single thing that Melo gets mentioned with the Nuggets, it always comes into, well, I'm kind of bigger than the Nuggets.
Yeah.
And that's what bothers me most about Melo.
And everything you said about Nolan Arenado, like best, most talented player in franchise history, I'm not going to say the same things about Carmelo Anthony, but I'll say this. He's the most popular, most polarizing figure in Nuggets history. Like, when the Denver Nuggets drafted Carmelo Anthony in that early era, especially when they brought in Iverson, and then, later on in that era, we have Chauncey Billups and Kmart and everything, and George Karl, right? Like, that was a team that had some sex appeal. And say what you want to say about the modern iteration of the Nuggets, like with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, that team doesn't have any, like the current team doesn't have anywhere near the same amount of national appeal, I feel like. Sure, Nikola Jokic, people go crazy for him in the NBA Twitter group chats and tweets and this and that, and the NBA analytical nerds, all love Nikola Jokic, but when it comes to like star power, like recognition nationally, which I know doesn't equate to winning or anything like that, when you think of that Nuggets team, that's what at least comes to mind for me. That's the most popular era of Nuggets basketball.
I don't think Nolan Arenado is a slam dunk Hall of Famer. I think he will get in because of
Hall
the
of
time.
Very good these days too.
I disagree with that, but because it's gotten a little more
Mike
Hall of Very
Messina?
good. He was a great player. He had a long career.
Good player, very good player.
There's a lot of compilers in the MLB Hall of Fame.
Sure.
Or Baseball Hall of Fame, excuse me. Can I read you what I wrote on April 2nd, 2025, the day Carmelo Anthony became a Hall of Famer, there was no debate about Carmelo being a Hall of Famer, by the way. Controversial former Denver Nuggets star Carmelo Anthony is now a Hall of Famer. Anthony is one of the greatest players in Team USA history, a legendary NBA player whose highlights were split between Denver and New York, as well as a champion in college. Anthony averaged more than 20 points per game in all of his 7.5 seasons with the Nuggets and made the All-Star game 4 times. Denver was just 17-65 the year before they drafted him and made the playoffs every single season during his tenure. Unfortunately, Anthony in the first round of the postseason didn't get along. He lost in the first round 5 straight years to start his career. In the 6th of the 7 years he was in Denver, he lost in the first round. Anthony eventually grew unhappy and demanded out of Denver, which he now disputes. After a long saga, that wish was granted in February of 2011 when Anthony was moved to the New York Knicks. They sent out a package that ended up with Jamal Murray. I continue to write, Anthony is a complicated figure in Nuggets history. He helped put the franchise back on the map after a dreadful 8-year stretch in the late 1990s and early 2000s, but he also torpedoed his way out of Denver when it felt like the Nuggets could achieve something special. He never reached an NBA Finals somewhere else. Since leaving Denver, he has talked ill of the Nuggets a bunch and has again brought up the controversy of his number 15 not only being retired, but being worn by Nikola Jokic to this day. The things Melo has done in the past few years has only further strained his relationship with the fans in Denver. Even his retirement from the game seemed to be undercutting the Nuggets because he announced it the same day the Nuggets clinched their first ever trip to the NBA Finals in a sweep of the Lakers, something Anthony was never able to accomplish. And now his Hall of Fame announcement comes the morning after Jokic had his best single performance in Nuggets history.
Yeah, a lot of pettiness with how Carmelo Anthony's kind of gone about his business. And look, we don't need to get into the wedding stuff with Josh and all that kind of stuff. Like, point being is, like, I think the difference between the two is, like, Nolan Arenado's not even a top 5 Rocky, like a top 3 Rocky. I think it's, in no specific order, I think it's Helton, I think it's Larry Walker, and then it's probably Nolan Arenado, like, for sure a top 5. Like, Carmelo Anthony's not a Mount Rushmore, even a top 5 Nugget. Like, we just went through that exercise a little bit earlier about, like, top 5 all-time starting 5 Nuggets around Nikola Jokic, and Melo wasn't on our list. And so, to kind of bring it back to the question of which player do we think buries the hatchet first with their organization? I'm split. I'm truly split.
Well, the Nuggets have turned around, and they've shown that they have the infrastructure and the people that can go win. The Rockies, since getting rid of Nolan, and granted it's been less time, have shown to be a joke since. And everything Nolan claimed to be true about the Rockies has proven to be true.
Correct, but let's also not pretend like Nolan Arenado was the same version of Nolan Arenado after he left the organization. Nolan Arenado's best years will always be with the Colorado Rockies.
You say that, but Nolan's single best season came in 2022 for the St. Louis Cardinals. when he was third in MVP voting.
Sure, but I think body of work-wise, would you not say, did he live up to his potential in St. Louis as a Cardinal?
I would think I think
asked,
Cardinals fans would say no.
And he asked for a trade out of St. Louis for similar reasons as to why he asked for a trade out of Colorado.
Correct.
So it's not like the grass was greener necessarily in St. Louis.
No, and that's part of the thing with Nolan Arenado is his post-career after the Rockies has been so rough that it's like, what other team is he associated with besides the Rockies? But Melo's post-career with the Nuggets, yeah, he had like a couple nice moments with the Knicks, but it wasn't like it was covered in glory. He got dumped by the Hawks. He was with Oklahoma City for a minute. That didn't go well. Portland was probably his best time. He leached on to the Lakers for a little bit. Like everything Melo did post-Nuggets was like annoying and a failure at the same time.
Well, and here's maybe a reason as to why Melo might be more motivated to bury the hatchet with the Nuggets. Like, one, they say time heals all wounds, and it's been longer for Melo than it has been Nolan with the Rockies. But also, now with the New York Knicks winning an NBA championship, he's like, in a way, forgotten from their lore. Like, before they'd won the championship, you look back for Melo, and then, like, Melo wasn't in the building for the championship, I don't think.
2 years ago, Melo was like at every playoff game for the Knicks. Where was he this year? I know he's working in studio in the NBA, but they didn't have the games, NBC, for the finals. It was weird that Melo all of a sudden wasn't associating with the Knicks anymore. So I do wonder if he will associate more with the Nuggets, but he's shown no propensity to want to bury the hatchet, come out to a game. The Nuggets haven't shown a propensity to. I do think that hatchet will get buried, honestly. I do think Melo and the Nuggets...
I think both of them will.
I don't think Nolan and the Rockies are ever making up.
I believe they will make up. And I know you're going to bring up Troy Tulowitzki and how that's going, but Nolan Arenado is a far superior player to Troy Tulowitzki, and I think that the Rockies will want to honor that legacy ultimately when it's all said and done, and they will figure it out. And I think
it would be very lucrative for both sides later on in their careers.
And I think Nolan, when Nolan is done playing and takes a step back and takes a deep breath, I think he'll be able to come back to the Rockies. The other thing with Melo is, like, you want to talk about a guy who's slowly fading from NBA history. He doesn't have his own nickname anymore. Like, when I hear Melo, I seriously, I think of LaMelo Ball these days.
Instagram handle is LaMelo Ball.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, so it's interesting. So I will say, just because of the timelines that they're on, I think Carmelo buries the hatchet before Nolan does with the Rockies.
I think Melo and the Nuggets make up at some point. I think it happens after Jokic's career is over, honestly. I don't think Nolan and the Rockies are ever getting along ever again together.
Do we think either of these happen before the end of the decade? I know you just said end of Jokic's career, but we've got 4 years or so.
Nah, Jokic is going to play into the 2030s.
Okay.
And I think the thing that will allow the hatchet to be buried will be when they retire number 15, which in my opinion is an absolute disgrace if they retire it for Carmelo Anthony with Nikola Jokic.
They won't.
I think they're going to do both. I think they're going to retire both 15s.
Which will be a
is
4-hour radio show in and of itself.
That's a slap in the face to Nikola Jokic.
Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Let us know your thoughts in the RamosLaw.com text line as well as the YouTube chat powered by Champ Honda, 303-713-1043. Who's burying the hatchet first? Nolan Arenado and the Rockies or Carmelo Anthony and the Nuggets? Let's hit a break, though. When we come back, we'll go to the world of college football, where Julian Lewis received a pretty interesting comparison from one of his coaches. We'll tell you what that is next.
Nikola Jokic says he'll sign next summer. But with $360 million on the line and no ink on paper, is the Nuggets front office feeling the heat?
Phil, if he doesn't sign this contract and he is watching the Denver Nuggets organizational moves to put him in a position to be successful, and those moves are to duck the luxury tax and the repeater tax and become less of a team that got beat in the first round anyway. You got humiliated by a team who got humiliated by another team that went on to lose. So you're not close. If the idea is to make the team worse to benefit more financially, and Jokic does walk, he would have been well within his rights to walk.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run in PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Stoke here for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
It's easy to find your groove. As America celebrates, Groove Toyota, the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver metro, has more reasons to celebrate. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand. GrooveToyota.com, plus Groove Toyota has more than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certifieds with full warranties available. Hurry into our Red, White, and Drive event. Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere.
Offer expires 7/31/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Don't guess on major HVAC, plumbing, or electric repairs. Get a free second opinion and same-day service from Fix It 24/7. Honest answers, fast help. Visit fixmyhome.com today.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is hold, HOLD. Text hold to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's hold to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
The Colorado Buffaloes find themselves in between a rock and a hard place, right? Like what is going on with the Colorado Buffaloes this upcoming season? I think it's a mystery. I think there's an expectation from a lot of people that they won't be very good, which I can subscribe to a certain extent. I think they might be a little bit better than people think, but like this is a team that is far, far, far from contending for a Big 12 championship or a college football playoff spot or anything like that. The way that I view this Colorado Buffaloes football season is hopefully a stepping stone in the right direction. Like, to me, a 6-win season, Jake, would be just fine for this year's CU Buffs.
Oh, we've finally beaten you down.
Yeah.
Because for me,
I'm down and out.
As the Buffs guy, all I've been saying this entire time,
the Deion supporter you are,
the entire time I've loved the Colorado Buffaloes, all I've been saying is, please, 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 just give me 6-win seasons. All I want to do is go to bowls. And then maybe every 1 out of 4 years we win like 9 or 10 games and we have like a pop-off year and we compete for a conference.
Do you believe?
No.
Jake does not believe. Do you believe in Julian Lewis?
Kind of.
And
not sold.
I would agree. I think I'm not sold on Julian Lewis either. I very much believe in Brennan Marion, though.
Yes.
Who is the new offensive play caller for the Colorado Buffaloes, was the head coach at Sacramento State, I want to say, last year. Had a stint at UNLV as well. Just a guy who has, he is talked about among the best offensive minds, not just in the collegiate ranks of football, but just football in general. And
he invented a playbook.
Correct, the go-go offense. Could you kind of explain for the audience like what the go-go offense necessarily is? It's a lot of just quick snaps, quick plays, kind of staying on top of things as they kind of come to you in the flow and rhythm of the game offensively.
Yeah, so the go-go offense is really predicated about running game, which is really interesting in the concept of Deion, because of the team has literally been the worst running offense since Deion Sanders has gotten there, and I think part of it was just they were propping up Shedeur Sanders. Like, let's be honest, we can say that now, and people aren't going to be that like, it's the most controversial thing anyone's ever said. Right? That's really what was happening. Like, they were running pass plays when they were up 10 in games like late in the fourth quarter. What are we doing here? It was pretty clear. But anyway, go-go offense, what it is based on downhill running schemes, and it oftentimes focuses on various running backs and multi-back set alignments. A lot of pistol and double sidecar, which is like 2 running backs lined up on the same side next to each other, which looks really weird because like the quarterback can only hand off to one of those guys. Well, what they do oftentimes is like they fake an inside zone or an option read, and then they'll have the far running back kind of trail behind the quarterback, and that can turn into a triple option because it turns in from a quarterback option right away, where it's like, am I going to hand this off on an inside zone, or am I going to keep it? And once you keep it, then you have the pitch option with the other running back. So in Brennan's first season at OC at UNLV, his quarterback compiled 3,000 yards and 17 touchdowns, while their running game also compiled 538 total carries for 2,500 yards and 39 touchdowns.
And this is UNLV.
Yeah.
Who I know has been a little resurgent the last couple of years, but historically, what has UNLV been?
Really bad.
Exactly.
The secondary team to their basketball program, which you can only say about like 8 or 9 colleges in the country, by the way. So it's a lot of inside and outside zone concepts with RPOs and options attached to them. It seems like kind of simple, but the thing you're going to notice, again, most in the go-go rabbit hole of, it all, when the Buffs line up to play offense next year, you're often going to see Juju Lewis in a short shotgun snap with one running back to his right and then another running back a little bit further to his right. And that's the go-go offense.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Here's what I will say. I think Brennan Marion and the offense that he brings to the table is what I'm at least clinging on to for my optimistic outlook on CU. Like, if CU is going to be the best version of themselves, it's going to be because Juju Lewis develops. Juju Lewis fits well in Brennan Marion's offense, and this go-go offense lives up to its potential, as we've seen in previous stops. Here's an interesting quote, though, from Brennan Marion about Juju Lewis, comparing him to none other than Quinn Ewers, who, of course, was drafted by the Miami Dolphins and played in the NFL last year, despite a little bit of a fall from grace towards the end of his collegiate career. Here's what Marion says, quote, Juju is at about the same point where Quinn Ewers was then in his second year of college. Obviously, he has to stay healthy, but he reminds me of Quinn in terms of the arm talent and the personality. They're very similar. He's about 6'1", 185 pounds, not a big kid by any means, moves well enough to get himself out of a jam, and he can make any throw. That dude has an NFL arm for sure. He can really throw the ball. We've seen him throw it off his back foot where he couldn't step up and threw it 60 yards, end quote. So I understand that Quinn Ewers' collegiate run maybe didn't end with this top first-round pick draft status that a lot of people thought he might be coming out of high school, but Quinn Ewers, by all, accords here, was a pretty successful college quarterback at UT.
Quinn Ewers would be the third best quarterback in Buffs history. It would be Shedeur Sanders / and Quinn Ewers.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm taking that. I mean, Steven Montez up on that list too, which tells you a lot, honestly. Sal, obviously, his career cut short, but I would look at Juju Lewis and the potential for development, and I, again, kind of think of it like the Broncos in a way this year, where it's how can we actually take the ball out of Bo Nix's hands more? And Juju obviously didn't have as many reps as Bo, hasn't played as much as Bo has in the NFL and college yet, because Juju's only had a couple college games. But I think a big part of Juju's success, just like I think a big part of the Broncos' success this season, is going to come down to how consistent can they be in the run game, and how much will they be able to trust their run game and just continue to run the football. And I know it sounds like old school football to establish the run and stuff, but in the case of the Buffs and Brennan Marion, when their offense is predicated around getting downhill and these option runs that they are going to try out, and they've changed their offensive line, which is one of the reasons why Jordan Seaton left to more of a different blocking scheme that is downhill running attack.
Well, and Jordan Seaton needs to solidify himself as a first-round draft pick. Like, if Jordan Seaton has the season we think he might at LSU, that's a top 5 pick.
Yep. And he's a pass blocker, not a run blocker. Right. And that's part of this. So I look at what Marion can bring to Lewis, and I think it can work brilliantly, especially from what I saw with Lewis at Lewis in high school, where he was a really good option quarterback in Georgia.
Yeah, it seems like they'll play to the strengths, right? And ultimately, like, the success of the go-go offense appears to be predicated on how the Buffs will be able to run the football. But, you know, gone are the days of Pat Shurmur, gone are the days of Sean Lewis. It feels like the Buffs here have a really kind of forward-thinking play caller and system with Brennan Marion and that go-go offense. So ultimately, we'll see how that shakes out. But being compared to Quinn Ewers is not a bad thing for this CU Buffs team, as Jake alluded to. Probably be a top 3 quarterback in CU history had Quinn Ewers played for the Colorado Buffaloes. So I'm excited to see what that offense looks like. I think, again, if there's any source of optimism for this CU team, it's got to be because of what this offense looks like with Brennan Marion as well as Juju Lewis. All right, this Thursday, guys, from noon to 1 p.m., it's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's Mexican Restaurant, located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. All right, when we come back, it's time to check our X. What's going on in the world of social media? There's always something. We'll talk about it next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Will your money last as long as you do? Retirement should be about enjoying life, not worrying about outliving your savings. At AJM Financial, we build retirement strategies to help protect and grow your savings, reduce risk, lower taxes where possible, and maximize your income in retirement. Schedule your complimentary retirement confidence review at 800-467-0737, 800-467-0737, and tune into Adam Moeller's Mile High Money Radio Saturdays at 8 a.m. on 104.3 The Fan.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Don't worry, Dan. I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum. When for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come in the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us. 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, it is time to check our ex. Some stories that are floating around on social media. Here's one that I actually just saw a couple of minutes ago. You guys are Rocky Balboa fans?
Yeah. Adrian!
Yeah, the original. They're making a movie about Sylvester Stallone making the movie.
Great.
Yeah, this is what Discussing Film says on Twitter. The first trailer for, quote, I Play Rocky has been released. The film follows a young Sylvester Stallone and the dramatic journey it took to get Rocky made.
I hate that I'm going to love this.
You're going to love it? And
Probably.
I'm about as big of a Rocky guy as you could possibly be. Like, I was literally raised on those movies with my dad.
Do we know who's going to play Sly?
I don't know who this actor is.
What's his name?
I'm not even seeing the name. I've just seen some pictures.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, I'm not into this, Jake. It just seems like we're just making anything a movie these days. I'm like, I get it. Like, there's some intrigue, and obviously there's a very famous story with Sylvester Stallone and making of this film, but, like, it's just not really moving the needle for me.
I hate to hear that for you because you get Sylvester Stallone involved, you get Rocky involved on there.
Yeah, no, it's true. But it's like, what was the movie they did with De Niro where it was like Rocky versus Raging Bull as like old heads? I remember I watched that one in the theater. It's just like, you know, I've seen every Rocky movie a gazillion times. I listen to the Rocky IV soundtrack when I'm working out at the gym, right? Like it's ingrained in my blood. I've seen all the Creed movies. Like
there were a lot of Rocky references yesterday at the All-Star game, by the way.
Happy I was paying attention. Did you see the Sandlot reference?
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
I watched the whole thing.
I was a big fan of that. So is this considered like a biopic? It's got to be, right? But
yeah,
it's like a biopic of a biopic?
No, because the original's not a biopic. It's a fictional story. So it's a biopic of a fictional story. I can't stand the biopics. There's been way too many of them. Like, a lot of them have stunk. The Bob Dylan one stunk.
With Jeremy Allen White?
Yeah, Jeremy Allen. No. Bob Dylan was with Timothy Chalamet.
Oh, Chalamet. I'm sorry.
Chalamet was fantastic.
Springsteen was with
Springsteen was really bad. Jeremy Allen White was also good in that.
Really?
Dude, Springsteen was really bad. It was like, you wouldn't guess it listening to Nebraska by Bruce Springsteen, but he was actually depressed. I'm like, yeah, I've heard the album. Heard the album. He was obviously depressed. There's a new one coming out about Anthony Bourdain, which actually looked really good. I saw before Minions vs. Monsters. There was a preview for it the other night, a trailer, and he's being played by the actor from the movie that came out over the holidays a couple of years ago with Paul Giamatti. It was really good. Do you know
I do know what you're referencing. I'm forgetting the name of it as well. What's the best biopic that has come out, though? Like, is there any good biopics? Like, I can't think of any off the top of my head. I prefer, like, more documentary style. Like, if you're going to do something on, like, an era or period, like, I don't need you to recreate it. Just kind of tell me about it.
Oppenheimer's technically a biopic, I would say, and that people loved.
Were you Team Oppenheimer or Team Barbie?
I was Team Barbie. Barbie was a better film. And I'm the biggest Nolan guy. Like, I am so excited for tomorrow night when I'm going to see The Odyssey. I am a huge Nolan guy. Barbie was a better film. There's also, like, American Sniper, technically. That was a good movie with Mark Wahlberg.
That's a really good movie. That's not Mark Wahlberg. That's Bradley Cooper.
Oh, Bradley Cooper. Yeah, that's Bradley Cooper. But Bradley Cooper was fantastic in that movie.
That's a really good movie.
So good that I forgot. The Wolf of Wall Street technically would be a biopic, too.
Scorsese.
Yeah, and I mean, Leo's incredible. Jonah Hill's really good in that movie. So there's, like, some really good biopics if you go down it. I just think these music biopics, whether it's like Queen or the Elvis movie or Priscilla, like,
what about the Michael Jackson one? I heard good things about that. It wasn't good?
No.
And it hit?
No.
Not a good movie, but a fun, like, I was at a Michael Jackson concert before I was at a film, and that's kind of the way that I put it. The movie wasn't very good, but the parts when it was just all just, like, replaying the Michael Jackson records and, like, you getting to see how they were shot or whatever as the music's going, that was pretty cool. But as a movie, doesn't really land. But it was nice to feel like I was at a Mike concert.
It also was, like, a lie. Was the problem. Like, there were several members of the family who weren't included in the movie. It didn't cover the biggest topics. It strangely cuts off most of the end of his career when things became controversial.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yes.
I heard they're doing a second part, which to me is ridiculous to start off.
Make that money, baby.
But I think, hopefully, if there is a second part, all of the things that Jake just said are going to get mentioned. And if they're swept under the rug, then it really is just the estate being like, look how awesome Mike was.
Like, is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood a Sharon Tate biopic technically? Is like,
but there's, like, layers to his story within that. Like, even, like, Wolf of Wall Street, like, I guess that is, like, you know, if you want to call it a biopic, but it's not like a straight biopic of, like, here's a historical figure. Like, who knew Jordan Belfort that well before the movie?
Here's a good one, sports crossover that I brought up right away. 42. 42 is really good. That's a great movie. And for me, here's the thing that I had a problem with 42, and I actually thought it was a really good movie, is in this, again, isn't really criticism of the movie, more so just like, you only have an hour and a half to tell a story about Jackie Robinson.
Right.
And Jackie Robinson's impact on society and his long-lasting impact on Major League Baseball, you cannot fit into an hour and a half, and I just think they left so many things off on the cutting room floor because of Jackie, where they only covered 1 year of Jackie's life, and that to me was the miss there. But I understand it because you only have an hour and a half to tell the story.
No, it makes sense. That's why I've always been a big TV show guy over movies myself. Like, don't get me wrong, I just went to the movies last weekend. I love the experience, and I love sitting down for a couple of hours and, you know, indulging in a film. But like the TV show, right? Like, give me like 8-hour-long episodes where I can dive into a big theme.
I think that's part of when you were raised and came up, because I would say from 2008-ish to 2020-ish, the big things were all TV shows.
100%. Sopranos, Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones.
Before 2007, and I think now again, the prestige stuff is back in theaters.
Yeah.
And that's part of it, right? And now you have that limited ability to tell that story, which I think makes the stories better. I saw the other night, I saw The Invite with Seth Rogen and Ed Norton, and there's only 4 actors in the movie. It's, you know, Penelope Cruz and Olivia Wilde. The movie was incredible. I don't think that movie would have been any good if it was a 4-part miniseries TV show.
I hear you. All right, let's move it along here.
And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
All right, here's a funky one with kind of a World Cup theme, and Argentina would need to win to make this a reality. Have you guys seen the viral picture of Messi with a 15-month-old Lamine Yamal in like a baby's bathtub.
Yup.
And I cannot believe that this is real and this is not AI. And I guess the backstory behind it is like Lamine Yamal's family like won like a raffle or something like that for a charity photo shoot with Lionel Messi while he was playing for FC Barcelona. Of course, Lamine Yamal currently plays for FC Barcelona. Lamine Yamal is considered to be one of the best young players and one of the best players, period, in the game of soccer. They advance to the World Cup final. If Argentina beats England coming up here in about an hour, they will meet. I highly encourage you guys to go look up this picture. It's literally Messi, probably in his 20s, and a 15-month Lamine Yamal, like he's like bathing a child.
It would be the equivalent to Michael Jordan in his prime holding LeBron James
Correct.
as a baby.
Yeah. Or like it's unlike anything I've ever seen, right? I mean, it's a very strange kind of photo shoot. I mean, like the theme of it's definitely interesting to say the least. But the fact that it's Messi with Lamine Yamal, who now plays for his old club, it's absolutely fascinating. It truly is fascinating. It makes me think, like, if these two guys meet up in the World Cup final, like, that's, like, the ultimate foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Of, like, the definition of, like, passing the torch, especially if Spain wins. Like, imagine if Spain wins the World Cup and you look back to this photo and it's like, wow, who would have thought 15 years ago, however many years ago it was?
Spain wins based off the generation that Messi created in Spain when he was playing there professionally.
Right.
It'd be incredible.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. I highly suggest you guys go check that one out, man, because it is it's kind of like one of those mind-bending like photos where you're like, huh, like this is Messi and this is who, and now they're having a chance to play each other.
It's that picture of Jokic in the Nuggets sweater, right, where you go, there's no way. Like, how did this happen? How on earth did this player that would eventually become the greatest player in your franchise have a Nuggets sweater back when he was like 3 years old?
It's almost as unlikely. It's close. I don't think it's quite at the soccer level, but like because there's only 1/30 chance with the NBA teams, but still, like, why the Nuggets?
It would be the soccer level if it's like Larry Bird handing Nikola Jokic like a jersey, right? Or like handing him the sweater. Like, because like that's the thing is like Lionel Messi has, for a majority of his career, always been considered to be a top 3 player in the game, right? Like, or for a long time at least. Like Lamine Yamal, it's like what? Him, Haaland, and Mbappe. Like, those are the 3 kind of the next generation.
Well, and Lamine Yamal's 10 years younger than those two guys.
Right, and you got Jude Bellingham, of course, who's playing today.
Lamine Yamal arguably had the best season out of any of the big 5 leagues in Europe. Like, and he is 19 years old.
Exactly, and I believe he just turned 19 like yesterday or something. I believe yesterday was his birthday. Point being is Lamine Yamal is the next Lionel Messi.
Maybe.
And the fact, maybe, but like on track to be that. And the fact that we have a picture of those two when Yamal is like 15 months old and Messi's in his 20s playing for Barcelona is absolutely mind-boggling. All right, let's go ahead and hit a break. When we come back, we will continue along with the Denver sports conversation. We're going to do a little Colorado Rockies trade deadline preview. That's next.
Bo Nix led the league in game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
And that was year 2.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
Now he's fully healthy. Jalen Waddle is in the building, and the same O-line is back for a 3rd straight year. So what's the one thing everyone's going to notice the moment training camp opens?
Here's the biggest thing I think people are going to notice right away as we get into training camp and on into the preseason. You're going to hear this phrase a lot. Get ready for it. You ready? Here's the line. All right, give it to me.
It looks like the game's slowing down for him. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar today at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar today at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In Ring 1, there's We're Doing Bob's Roof down the street.
And in Ring 2, there's We Will Cover Your Deductible.
And in Ring 3, What Do I Need to Do to Get You to Sign Today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
A little bit. We'll get back to the Broncos and the Buffs and all that good stuff here in a little bit. Let's talk a little Colorado Rockies baseball right now, though. And for those of you that don't know, like Jake and I kind of, made our chops in the baseball world. I know you were covering the Buffs a long time when you were in college. I was doing some Nugget stuff early on as well. But like baseball is where kind of our paths really started to cross for the first time. And you and I were in that press box just about every single game in 2017 and 2018 and even 2019 for those fun seasons for the Colorado Rockies. You were eating a hot dog a game. You ate like 100 over the course of a season, which was disgusting for me to watch, but I was proud of you to do it. And ultimately, look, this is an organization that has been down and out for a long time. You and I maybe disagree going back to where this season started about their outlook and the potential and all that kind of stuff. But the reality of the situation is, compared to last year, Jake, the Rockies actually have some tradable players, right? Like they have some players that you can either decide to trade or you can build around or whatever it might be. And as we find ourselves now coming out of the All-Star break, I think it's a good time for us to kind of set the table for what the trade deadline may or may not look like.
Yeah, there are some guys that I think could really help speed up this rebuild if the Rockies were to flip them. That's kind of what I'm looking at the All-Star break, about a month now from the trade deadline, about 3 weeks actually, particularly. So I look at a couple guys and I think, hey, they're playing pretty well for the Rockies. I like what the Rockies have to offer right now in terms of, like, they're playing hard. They really are. I like that perspective. I think that's going to continue with Warren Schaefer and guys like Cole Carrig moving forward. And I don't think trading these guys is necessarily going to, like, ruin the culture of the team. What I would say is right now they're on pace to win 66 games, which is a massive improvement over last year. It's still pathetic, but I think they're going to lose a lot of games in the second half because they're going to make a lot of moves at the trade deadline and just go full tank.
Well, and the question is, and I don't disagree with you, is who do they decide to move, right? Because I think you, on this radio station, have come out and said that this season is a failure because of two reasons. Dollander's hurt, and Ethan Holiday's also hurt. And I think it's a bit of an extreme take. I do. And I understand where you're coming from because, yes, like that is probably the most important aspect of making the Rockies relevant quickly is having Ethan Holiday pan out and having Chase Dollander be a legitimate starter in this league. I hear what you're saying, but I'm also looking at this team and I'm saying, hey, you're looking at some of these guys that have come up, whether it's a TJ Rumfield, whether it's a Hunter Goodman stringing together a second consecutive all-star caliber season. Let's make this clear. Hunter Goodman deserved to be an all-star. He's not just an all-star because of this one-team minimum. Like, Hunter Goodman is an all-star caliber player. So while it stinks that Dollander and Ethan Holiday are hurt and down and out for this year, you've still got Charlie Condon, you've still got Zach Veen, you've still got some, of these young guys that are making an impact at the big league level. They're on their way. Maybe arguably the two biggest dominoes have fallen this year quicker than you would have liked, but that doesn't mean this season is a complete and utter failure, in my opinion.
I get that, but to me, ultimately, the only thing that mattered this year was Ethan Holiday and Chase Dollander because they were two of your few pillars in your franchise, and it did not matter if you won 90 games, lost 90 games, lost 120 games, won 120 games even. Well, they wouldn't win. If they won 120 games, it would have mattered. It was irrelevant because the future of this team is tied up in Ethan Holiday, Chase Dollander, a little bit of Cole Carrig, a little bit of Charlie Condon, maybe Zach Veen if you really want to throw it, Ezekiel Tovar.
And Hunter Goodman.
And
let's have that conversation for just a moment because it sounds like a guy that you would love to trade if the opportunity presented itself would be Hunter Goodman.
Yes.
And this is the one guy I was getting flamed when I had this take with Phil a few weeks ago about how I think you got to trade. I wasn't nearly as extreme as you were, but I was looked at as people in this building as like cuckoo when it came to my thought process on the Rockies and the trade deadline. Goodman was a guy that at first glance I was like, yeah, you probably got to trade him. He's your best player. He's 26 years old. Like, what is he going to be ultimately when you are starting to peak as a franchise? And he is 26 years old. I flipped my stance on Hunter Goodman. I think you have to keep Hunter Goodman because, again, he's not like 28, 29 years old like Mickey Moniak and Jake McCarthy are, and he plays a premium position that is hard to come by. You and I had the discussion, I believe it was yesterday, that there's a very good chance Hunter Goodman could already be like the greatest catcher in Rockies history.
Yeah.
I mean, the list is not long. And Hunter Goodman with the power, right? Like, power at the catcher position has been devoid for a long, long time. Like, gone are the days of the Mike Piazzas. Like, Hunter Goodman is a guy that I think you build around.
Last 2 years, and obviously Big Dumper Cal Raleigh made a lot of headlines
Big
last
Dumper.
year. 56 home runs in the last 2 years. He's been fantastic. Hunter Goodman has 50 home runs in the last 2 years.
Incredible.
Almost what Hunter, Cal Raleigh and Hunter Goodman, very similar stat lines there. Hunter Goodman's, some of the other stuff isn't as good as Cal Raleigh's, but over the last 3 years, WAR leaders, Major League Baseball catchers, Cal Raleigh 9.2, Dylan Dingler, the catcher for the Detroit Tigers, who's very good.
It's a fun name.
8.1. Hunter Goodman 6.4. Third, and Shea Langolier is 5.2, Gabriel Moreno 5.1, William Contreras 5.1, Alondro Kirk 5.0 at 6. Like, those are the guys we're talking about. Like, Hunter Goodman is in the elite class of catchers. Like you said, it wasn't like they gave, who was that all-star they gave, the first baseman a couple years ago, then they traded him to the Angels.
Oh, C.J. Cron?
Yeah, it wasn't like C.J. Cron being an all-star. It was legit with Hunter Goodman. He is legitimately one of the best catchers in baseball. And to me, obviously,
C.J. Cron.
You guys look at the age. I think a lot of people evaluate this like football or like basketball, but the thing to keep in mind here is service time and how much team control the Colorado Rockies have on Hunter Goodman. Coming into this year, he had already played just over 2 years. The Rockies basically have 3.5 years left of Hunter Goodman. Right now, if they were to trade him as a player entering his first year of arbitration, they would get an extreme amount of value back. I am talking about they would get a top 10 prospect in baseball.
That's theoretical.
And potentially another top 100 prospect. Yes, it is
That's
possible.
theoretical. Possible. If the Rockies are made a trade offer for Hunter Goodman when you're getting a top 10 prospect in baseball that's specifically a pitcher, that's a different conversation.
Okay, well, that's the conversation I'm having because that's what a guy like Hunter Goodman goes for.
And I don't know if they'd get that on the open market. And again, I think 3.5 years, I think even if you wait till next year and see what the season looks like, if he has more than 1 year of team control, I think the return is similar.
We already know that the Yankees were interested in Hunter Goodman. The Rockies have shut that down according to reports. The Yankees' top prospect is just outside the top 10. It's George Lombard, who's a shortstop. He's 21 years old.
You don't need that.
I know you don't need it, but point being, that is a prospect that literally is right below Ethan Holiday in the rankings. That is one of the top prospects in all of baseball.
I understand.
And by the way, when you are good, when the Rockies are next actually good and competitive, it's not going to be in the next 3.5 years. The Rockies have no shot at making the playoffs in the next 3.5 years.
I would disagree with that. I think they have a chance
Where's
in
the
3
pitching?
years.
Where's the pitching?
Again, they're going to have to develop it. Could you not get some decent pitching prospects back and hit on a guy for a Mickey Moniak or Jake McCarthy trade?
Decent, sure, but I think you need real deal pitching prospects. You need top of the line pitching prospects.
And that's obviously not a guarantee to pan out anyway, right?
Right.
Like John Gray is probably the best pitching prospect they developed. German Marquez, who they traded for as well. Who did they trade? It was the second baseman, Corey. Oh my gosh, who they got German Marquez and Jake McGee for? I'm forgetting his name now.
Jake McGee.
Yes, when they trade.
Oh yeah, because that was part of the same trade, and it was
yes.
the Jake McGee trade until it became the German Marquez
Corey
trade.
Dickerson,
it
is
was
it
Corey
not?
Dickerson.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's what was Corey Dickerson at the time? A solid everyday baseball player.
Solid. Corey Dickerson was an all-star at the time. He was literally becoming an all-star level player. Corey Dickerson went to the All-Star game with the Rays 2 years after that trade.
And I'd say that worked out pretty well for both teams then at that point.
It worked out way better for the Rockies.
Yeah, and the Rockies were able to get, German Marquez, who's one of the better pitchers they've ever had, in addition to Jake McGee, who was, spot on for them for a couple of years.
Yeah, but I would point out that German Marquez was regarded as a prospect. It wasn't like
Correct.
he was just, a run-of-the-mill prospect. German Marquez, right before the trade, came in as a top 70 or top 50 prospect in all of baseball, depending on the ratings. So I just look at this. In the top pitching prospects in baseball are for the Mariners and the Pirates. Neither of those teams are trading for a catcher right now. I go down the list a little bit, and I target maybe Thomas White, the lefty from Miami, or Liam Doyle, the lefty from St. Louis, and I wonder if either of those guys would be palatable, or Jamie Arnold, the lefty from the Athletics. They're not trading for a catcher because they got Langoliers, but
Right.
I wonder if any of these guys right outside the top 10 in that 15 to 30 range would be palatable. If I could get one of those guys back, let's say it's, from the Cardinals, and they're also sending me, because they really want to compete, they're also sending me Baez, their outfield prospect, and I'm sending them Hunter Goodman and maybe Mickey Moniak, I'm doing that in a heartbeat. There's no question about it. And maybe you're in the perspective of, yeah, I'm just going to trade these guys that are parts, whether it's Mickey Moniak or who's better than a part now. But you're in the mindset of, I'm just going to trade Antonio Senzatella for whatever I can get back.
Not necessarily
I think they
Senzatella,
need to
but
raise the stakes.
I think Rumfield is a guy that you consider trading. I think
but Rumfield is in his first year of Major League Baseball.
Right.
He has a half year of service time.
Right. A lot of team control left.
TJ Rumfield should be able to net you a top 100 prospect.
Right, and I'm saying if I can get a top 100 prospect for TJ Rumfield, and I'm getting off Senzatella, and I'm getting off some of these other guys, Moniak, whatever it might be, and I'm keeping Hunter Goodman, that's a win to me, because I think at some point you're going to have to start to rebuild out your identity. And I understand, Jake, the Rockies are a long ways away from really competing again, but Hunter Goodman is a guy that can be a cornerstone for your franchise when you become relevant again.
Hunter Goodman will be paid what he is worth or overpaid by the time that the Rockies are relevant. That's how far away we are. But I would say this.
Would you have said that about the White Sox entering this year too?
What do you mean?
Look at how the White Sox have turned their season around.
Because they did what?
Trade.
They traded their best player, Garrett Crochet, for 3 top prospects.
Yeah, and a pitcher is also a different type of a haul than a catcher. Like, I also think there's a lot of value in Hunter Goodman because of the position that he plays. It's hard to develop and have tried and trues. Like
they've literally never developed a catcher besides
again,
Hunter Goodman.
What's this guy's name for Philly? I can't. Real Muto.
Yeah,
like,
from Miami.
Like that dude is just gonna play the rest of his career because he's a household name and he was good at one point at the catcher position. Like Hunter Goodman. I don't know, man. It's not like just like a
but he's not like a
or
defensive
second
catcher.
Yeah, but there is something about that position, right? And knowing that you can get a bat that plays another position in the lineup.
Hunter Goodman, to me, is not a guy that the Rockies must trade this deadline. I wouldn't put it there. It's just a guy I would trade if presented the right offer. And I think for a lot of Rockies fans right now, they wouldn't even consider trading Hunter Goodman. Me and you are actually a lot closer than you think we are on this. I'm not just trading Hunter Goodman to trade Hunter Goodman. It's if I would shop Hunter Goodman, and if I get an offer for a top pitching prospect back, I would do it. And I think you believe that too.
I think it's fair. Like, it would have to be an offer you couldn't refuse, right? To use the movie line after our last segment. Like, that's what it would have to be to get off.
And with an all-star catcher who has 3.5 years of service time, that's what it would be. That's the only way it would be.
The one thing I would say that would be going for the Rockies here at the trade deadline is with the expanded playoff is there's a lot of teams, although I feel like pitching tends to be the hotter commodity that is moved at the trade deadline. Like I think a Hunter Goodman trade, if it were to materialize, could happen in the offseason for a team that's trying to make a move for a bat. But the one thing the Rockies have going for them is they know they're down and out. They know they're so far off. But there's probably going to be a handful of teams that are, on the outside looking in or on the fringe of the wild card that are saying, hey, we're a player away. We're a bat away from being a legitimate contending team. And it could be fool's gold in their opinion. But the Rockies are going to be in a good position because I feel like with the expanded playoff, Jake,
there are so few sellers.
So few. And the Rockies are a guaranteed seller that they could be able to dictate the market a little bit more.
Yep, I agree. And the fact that they had 10 names that came out on that list ESPN put together of guys that could be traded in the top 100 trade candidates. And I know a lot of these guys were lower. Mickey Moniak was really the star of the show. But the fact that they had 10 names, I think, is really interesting because that means the Rockies do control a large portion of the market, and they absolutely should probably sell all 10 of these guys. Mickey Moniak, Jake McCarthy, Antonio Senzatella, Willie Castro, Brennan Bernardino, Jaden Hill, Tomoyaki Sugano, Juan Mejia, Michael Lorenzen, Ryan Feltner made the list, by the way, guy who used to be a top pitching prospect for the Rockies, but not in Major League Baseball.
Right.
The Rockies need to trade as many of these guys as they possibly can and get, when I'm talking about Mejia or Feltner or Hill or Castro, get whatever you can back for those guys. I'm not, going to care too much about the package back because ultimately they're not having that much impact now. When we start talking about Jake McCarthy, who's having another really good year, and he had some really good years in Arizona, you better get something really solid back for him. Mickey Moniak, that's something you need to get something really good back for because I'm at the point with Mickey Moniak, and again, I'm thinking about long-term, so I'm not necessarily worried about this, but right now, Mickey Moniak is a better option in center field than Brenton Doyle and probably will be for the next couple of years.
Yeah. I think what you're saying tracks. I'm not going to deny that. And I think to me, the Moniaks and the McCarthys, like those are the guys that are the obvious trade candidates, right? To me, and ultimately, Jake, I think the big thing here is we'll see just how different this Rockies organization is based on how they handle this trade deadline. Like if this was previous regimes, if this is Bill Schmidt or even Jeff Bridich to a certain extent, there's probably a fringe move made and that's about it. But they might keep a Moniak. They might keep a McCarthy, right? To me, this trade deadline is a litmus test of just how much control and influence Paul DePodesta has over the whole operation.
Well, they did start making some moves towards the end of the Schmidt era. It changed a little bit.
It was so drastic.
Yeah.
They traded Ryan McMahon 1 year too late, at least.
Well,
probably 2 years.
But like even CJ Cron and stuff like that. They started trading these guys a little bit, but early Schmidt era, Bridich era when they were sellers, they never sold these guys. So you're right in saying that this could be a sense of what we're seeing different organizationally as a shift. I think we already started seeing it this offseason. They traded for TJ Rumfield. They found TJ Rumfield.
Right.
And that makes me excited about the opportunity to make more of these trades because finding a guy like TJ Rumfield, I know I'm poo-pooing him and I'm like, he wasn't a top prospect and whatever. It's just a couple hot months. There are not many guys in all of baseball professionally that can have the 2 months TJ Rumfield just had.
Right.
And they found that guy. So I am going to trust the eyes of the people that are running the Rockies, which is a crazy thing to be saying. But right now they've proven that they actually have some real good eyes. And I'm just going to say, go out and get some returns for some guys that are big league players that can help teams. Willie Castro was slipped at the deadline last year. Jake McCarthy, with his speed and bat, and his defensive ability and his versatility to play all 3 outfield spots, that's something that could interest a team as a 4th outfielder, as an option as a bench bat. Mickey Moniak's a guy that could slot in as an everyday outfielder if you need him. There are some real deal players here that can have an impact on a big league club. And oh yeah, by the way, Antonio Senzatella, he might just be your closer for a playoff team. Like, that's where we're at in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, no, I think it's all fair. I want to get Alex's opinion. What do you make of just state of the Rockies come trade deadline? Because I think this season has been, I can't see it's been a great season, but it's been an improvement.
It's been brighter. That's the word I used
that's a good way
yesterday
to put it.
on DenverSports.com.
Like, there's actual, like, a little bit of optimism of, like, they feels like there's a plan for the first time in a long time around this organization. And I think this trade deadline is going to be fascinating just because you wonder, like, are they going to take a big swing and move a Hunter Goodman for some top prospects, or are they going to do the things that maybe they should do, which is a Moniak and a Jake McCarthy? Like, how do you think and how do you feel the Rockies will approach this trade deadline?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, I think the most important thing to remember here is that they have finally gone out of the organization. You have someone in Paul DePodesta, who this may be in, I know people are looking at the draft, this could be his first real test in terms of what direction he wants to move this team in. I think you want to look at the McCarthys and you want to look at some of those players that came up on that list in terms of who you should be moving. I don't know if a Hunter Goodman move is necessary right now, but there's plenty of names on this Rockies or Rockies team that have garnered the correct interest or the appropriate interest that would make you go, let's get rid of them. Let's see what we can get in return. We're not going to be good immediately, but finally there is some light in this very, very dark tunnel that I'd say since, 2018? I haven't seen any sign of daylight in that tunnel since then.
Right. I don't think you want to empty the tank for the sake of emptying the tank because you're still so far away from the next gas station, right? And I think you can trade the Moniaks and trade the McCarthys. Like, for the first time in at least 3 to 4 years, it feels like there's a semblance of a core with this organization. And again, I don't think Moniak and McCarthy are going to be a part of that core for much longer. But like, Hunter Goodman could be. Will he still be as effective as he is currently by the time Ethan Holiday and Condon and all these guys come up? I'm not so sure. Jake disagrees. I think the jury's still out on that personally. But like, at some point, like, you've been begging to have some semblance of consistency. And I get that Goodman was here last year. I don't think you need to just, slam the foot on the gas and clear out everybody just because you're so far away.
Again, I'm not just clearing out Hunter Goodman to clear Hunter Goodman out. I think he's the most valuable trade chip. And if I'm able to get something of premium back, that's what I'm doing if I'm able to. I just don't think Hunter Goodman is an untouchable. That's my argument.
I would agree.
I would say that the only untouchables within the Rockies organization are Ethan Holiday, Chase Dollander, and maybe Charlie Condon. You could make an argument for Cole Carrick just because you don't know what he is yet and you don't want to sell on him yet. I think Cole Carrick's one of your building blocks based off what I've seen in, basically 30 big league games and him as a prospect and what the Rockies' philosophy are trying to do. They're trying to be more of a speed club. They're trying to be more of a defensive club. Cole Carrick fits a lot of the things they're trying to do as a ball club. The problem is you look at their top prospects, you look at the top of their draft, there is no pitching. They have to get pitching. So you can say whatever you want about Hunter Goodman, whatever you want about, Zach Veen and Charlie Condon and what you think these bats are going to do. Reality situation is they could have the best offense in the history of baseball. They could score 10 runs a game at Coors Field. If they have no pitching, they're not going anywhere. And right now, their future on the mound looks bleak, and they need to address that at the trade deadline in a significant way.
Yeah, and I think they can start to replenish their pitching ranks via trading some guys not named Hunter Goodman. I will agree with you. I don't think it's completely off the table. And you're talking about the untouchable guys, Dollander, Condon, and Holiday. I can't even think of a scenario in which they would trade either one of those three guys, just because like those are the exact type of players you need to get this organization back on track. So ultimately, I'm fascinated to see what direction the Rockies go, like how big they sell. I think we're expecting certainly there to be a couple of moves from this Rockies team when it comes to dumping off players. And I think you make a good point. Like the returns in the second half, win-loss record-wise, might be pretty bad, but that's because they're probably going to lose some talent that's helped get them to this 20-game under 500 mark, which I know isn't great, but is a significant step in the right direction for this team. But also, like, here's something else that could be said too. Like, let's play the scenario out where, 2 to 3 years from now, Holiday's up, Condon's up, right? You keep Hunter Goodman. and you make similar additions as you did this offseason. You bring in a Lorenzen, you bring in a Sagano, right? You bring in some of these veteran starting pitchers. That might also be a way to piece together a starting rotation on top of developing some guys you might get back from this deadline and the following deadline.
They need to develop these pitching prospects internally.
But they're not going to develop 5 starting pitchers. They're not going to.
They're
going to have 2 or 3 guys.
They need to develop at least 3.
Yeah, I would agree.
And if they're able to trade for one and then maybe pick up another as a filler, that's fine too. But when you get into the situation where you're relying on Saganos and Quintanas, who are all going to be making $6 to $10 million in the future, depending on where you pick them up, that's the problem. Is the Rockies aren't. I'm never going to call the Monforts cheap. I'm not that person, because I think the Monforts actually do spend a lot of money on this baseball club, particularly when they're trying. But when you don't have all the money in the world and you start throwing $10 million at a innings-eating starting pitcher in a contention window, that money starts to dry up really quick. So I think you need to address the problem with as much pitching as possible, and I'd be more inclined to be trading and getting free agent guys that are like Mickey Moniak than I would be trying to find pitchers on the open market. I think those pitchers need to come from within, just like they did in 2017 and 2018, whether it's all the way down to Tyler Anderson and Antonio Senzatella or up to John Gray and Herman Marquez and Kyle Freeland.
And I think there's a way to do both, right? Because I look at that bullpen, and I know bullpen's a lot different than starting pitching, but Wade Davis, Greg Holland.
He sucked.
Not for the first year. 2018 was good. Greg Holland the first year was good too. Pat Neshek was good coming out of the bullpen.
Pat Neshek was a trade piece, though. At the deadline, a little bit different.
Acquisition, right? Like guys that they're not developing. Like that's more so the point.
They didn't develop any of that bullpen except for Scott Oberg, and that was part of the problem. Adam Ottavino, kind of. He came up with the Cardinals, then traded very early on in his career.
Trade.
Point being is, one of the reasons why they did not win the division in 2018 is because they didn't develop any relief pitching. They need to develop pitching across the board.
And they didn't hit in the NLDS. They literally could not hit a softball if they wanted to.
Nolan got more hits in that series than the rest of his playoff career.
It's fascinating, isn't it? All right, let us know your thoughts on the RamosLaw.com text line and the Champ Honda YouTube chat. How do you think the Rockies should approach this Major League Baseball trade deadline? Is everybody out there up for grabs, including Hunter Goodman, including Ezekiel Tovar? Let us know. And when we come back, we'll go to the ice here where the Colorado Avalanche's first game of the 2026 and 2027 season has been announced. We'll break down what that is and talk a little Avs hockey. Back on the other side.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Josh Dover here for my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you getting into your 40s, maybe your late 30s, and you're starting to notice a difference in your body, in your brain, in your sex drive? I did at about 38 years old, and I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com to address those issues because I wanted to be a modern-day male. I don't want to just deal with what our bodies are giving us. There can be things done about it now. So as you get older, take control. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. How about this one? Be better in the bedroom. That's exactly what your testosterone levels can do. Get your first appointment today with RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's only $99. It could be free if you do what I did, which is sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. But more importantly, they're going to draw your blood and tell you what your T and PSA levels are. Then you're going to talk with a Colorado licensed medical provider about real options, like I did. And in about 2 weeks, all that was gone. Brain fog gone. Energy back, and the sex drive was there. It's all available for you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, Colorado, do you hear that? Not really? That's the sound of your neighbor Gary mowing his lawn at 6 a.m. with his new electric lawn equipment. Gary got 30% off with a statewide discount on all new electric lawnmowers, trimmers, and leaf blowers. Don't sleep on this great deal. Statewide discount only through the end of 2026. Learn more at simplestepsbetterair.org. Again, that's simplestepsbetterair.org.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303-LAW-4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean into the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly, the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trade Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux boxes. Limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Freezes and specialty drinks not included. Tax extra.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is inning, I-N-N-I-G. Text inning to 303-703-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's inning to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, guys, listen up. This Thursday from noon to 1 p.m., it's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. Limit one shirt per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, just head to denversports.com/shirt. While the shirts might only be one per person, if I'm going to get a shirt, I'm getting, what, 3-4 burritos probably from Santiago's at least. Got to do it while you're down there, man.
Stuffing
them up. There's not a lot by me up north, which breaks my heart, but I'm definitely pulling up to one of these t-shirts. You were saying, what do you use your t-shirts for typically after the season's over?
Working out or doing gardening or sleeping. Those are the three options. Sometimes painting, actually.
Painting? What are you painting these days?
Well, I just bought a house, so I painted every room in my house. Yeah.
True. Well, be sure to head on down to Santiago's, and again, denversports.com/shirts if you want to get one of those things, because I remember I was down there last year, and dude, like, the lines get kind of crazy for that, man. Like, the people show up and show out for these training camp t-shirts. So make sure to go ahead and get your first opportunity mañana at Santiago's 2501 Ford Street. Speaking of first opportunities, We're still quite a ways away, but Jake,
are we?
Yeah, we're still a few months out. Still a few months out.
2 months, 2 weeks.
That's a good chunk of time. Think about like where we'll be at in Broncos season by the time Nuggets and Avs start up.
Not Nuggets and Avs. When Avs start up.
Oh,
Avs are going to start a month early.
Yes.
It'll be week 3 of the NFL season when the Avs start playing hockey.
What do you make of that, by the way?
The expanded schedule or the moving of the schedule?
Why not both? We'll start with the moving, though.
The moving of the schedule, I think, is smart to better align with the international schedule in hockey, which a lot of guys have not had the opportunity to play in the World Championships, which I think should be a bigger event. So that is good. I also think basketball and hockey separating a little bit is good.
I agree.
To where the Stanley Cup and the finals won't be going on at the exact same time. As far as expanding the regular season, I don't think anyone wants an expanded regular season in any of these sports, even football going to another game.
Yeah, I think we got to. You should have seen my dad's reaction. My dad's trying to plan a Christmas vacation for us, like in New York, to go back with the family, and he's like, "The Broncos are playing on Christmas. Like, what's the world coming to? It's too much. It's absolutely too much."
I've said this the last couple of years to my friends off the air, but we have reached peak sports, I think, in this country. And the NHL going back to an 84-game season, which they tried for a couple years, I believe, in the 80s. And now it makes a little bit more sense because the league has been so expanded, right? There's more franchises, there's more game opportunities. But no one in the world wanted more regular season hockey. I mean, think about the last 3 weeks of the Avs season. No one was even paying attention because we already knew what the Avs were going to be in the playoffs. Like, it was locked in. Do we need 162 baseball games? Wouldn't 150 suffice? I think there are very few things decided in the last dozen baseball games.
You know why they will never go back?
Money. Once you open the door, you can't ever go back.
I mean, that's a dozen. Imagine a dozen less Rockies games for Dick Monfort to profit
Six.
off of.
6 at home.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not going to happen. And I agree. Sometimes I think there's too much of the sports. Like, I feel like football, the NFL is the one that you can get away with, even college to a certain extent, just because of the scarcity of the games to begin with.
Well, think about this. When we were kids growing up, college football was 12 games. You might get a 13th game if you go to a bowl.
Right.
Now some of these teams are playing 17, 18-game seasons.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. And yeah, I would like to see the schedules trimmed down a little bit myself, but as you said, you open up that door, you're never going to be able to close it necessarily. But the Avalanche, we found out when their first game will be, the NHL entirety of the schedule will come out tomorrow, so we'll have an idea of how we can roadmap out the Avalanche's season as well. But yeah, they're going to begin on September 30th, are the Avalanche, their first game of the season. They'll host the team they beat in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoff this last season. That, of course, the Los Angeles Kings. The game will be on TNT as part of a doubleheader with puck drop shortly after 8 p.m. Mountain Time. Which
shortly
means
after.
8:25.
Yep, uh-huh.
So it's the Kings to get us started here, Jake. I believe this is the second year in a row they're opening up against the Kings.
Yep.
Last year, though, it was in L.A.
Yep, and I like that. I like that the Avs are home. I like that they're playing the Kings, a team they beat in the playoffs. Get off to a good start to the year. We'll see a little bit of a new-look Avs team, right? There'll be some changes, whether it's Schwartz and...
Of the Avs, Nuggets, and Broncos, they're the team that easily has mixed it up the most in their offseason. The Nuggets with departures, but the Avalanche with new players.
I would say the biggest portion of their roster, if you look at it percentage-wise, has changed, yes. I was trying to do the math in my head quick, but yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, because the Broncos literally haven't brought in anybody new except for Jalen Waddle. Like, the Nuggets, like Tyus Jones was a part of the team.
Well, didn't they bring in that special teamer, Anderson?
You'd know better than I do.
Tyson Anderson? No, the Broncos.
That's what I'm saying. You know better.
Okay.
You think I'm paying attention to special teams like that? Like, no disrespect.
Yeah, I thought we were supposed to do special teams on the show today.
There's a reason why I haven't hit on that yet.
Okay, well, I broke it down, man. I was thinking about it last night when I was in the shower.
Let us know on the RamosLaw.com text line. Do you guys want a tried and true special teams breakdown of the Denver Broncos? If the consensus is yes, we'll do it. If the consensus is no, we'll move on.
I was ready to hit you with some Will Lutz takes.
Oh, you were the one that got. Oh my gosh! Like, hearing the name Will Lutz, man, it just makes me think back to the whole.
Oh yeah, I forgot that happened. I don't know if I can say that.
Him being upset. Yeah. That's an off the air conversation. But for the Avalanche, man, no, first game, end of September, Kings. It feels like the Avalanche more than any other team. It's like, obviously you get excited for the regular season. Like, I'm going to be excited no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be excited that there's hockey happening, but more sports are going on. And I'm more talking for the general audience. Honestly, if the NBA played 150 games, I'd watch all of them. That's the thing.
You would.
So if the NHL did, I would watch all of them too. So I'm not disappointed from I'll still watch, but I don't think this is good for the sport to have more. The injury risk in hockey is incredibly high, and the fact that they have a longer regular season than the NBA, which has a lessened injury risk, is crazy. We're going to end up in a point with Nathan McKinnon's career here, or Cale Makar, who have both played a ton of games already in their career, where they're just going to blow Joe Sakic out of the water for games played in Avs history because of these extra 2 games and the amount they've already played, and because they got to the league so young. I think it's crazy. I mean, I'm not going to make the biggest argument for stat keeping and history books and records in hockey, because when Alex Ovechkin is your leading goal scorer above Wayne Gretzky, the record book is already kind of meaningless at that point. Like, Ovechkin's not even as close to as good of a player as Gretzky was. Ovechkin's been sitting on the left dot taking clappers for the last 5 years, and that's what he did for a majority of his career, but now he doesn't even get back on defense. It's just brutal, man. Like, there's no back check in his game. He doesn't forecheck. He just sits at the dot and hits clappers. So I'm not worried about the history book portion of it. I am worried about it's just a little bit much for the audience. It dilutes the biggest games meaning more, and I think that's honestly part of the secret sauce of the NFL. I think baseball would be the biggest sport in this country if it was a 20-game regular season.
Well, that doesn't work for the sport. More than 20 games.
If it was a
COVID year.
20-game regular season, like the NFL, I think baseball's the biggest sport in the country.
There's a topic instead of Broncos special teams we could dive into if we'd like. But, yeah, it's an interesting thought. Here's what I will say, too, about the Avalanche, though, is at least for me, and I'll be excited about the regular season, and obviously we'll be keeping tabs on it, it feels like all the Avalanche have to prove comes in the playoffs at this point, right? You mash up the team a little bit, but you expect them to be once again in the mix for the President's Trophy and everything that kind of comes with that as well. So we shall see. It is interesting that, let's hit on this real quick. No contract extension yet for Jared Bednar. It does seem like he might go into the final year of his contract open-ended.
That'll be announced in Thanksgiving when they were off to a hot start and things are feeling good and we've forgotten the playoff disappointment. I think that Bednar and the Avs are on the same page, and I would quite honestly be stunned if we get to January 1st and Bednar has not been extended by that point.
I forget, where were you at on you wanted to fire Bednar, didn't you?
I think it had run its course.
So you were willing to move on.
Yes.
You could understand the
I also understand more in the case of the Avs bringing him back than the Nuggets case of bringing David Adelman back.
Yeah.
But with Bednar, the way they lost in the conference final, getting swept the way they did, how lackluster it had been, the same issues we've seen in prior playoff series losses, I was at the point where I was kind of done with Bednar, so long as you were able to find a good coach as a replacement. And I think there were out there, especially who wanted to coach a team as talented as the Avs.
The further and further I get removed from the situation, the sillier and sillier I think it is to fire Bednar. That's where I'm at. I just think, because I'm sitting here and I'm saying, okay, like the emotion is over and done with, right? Okay, we're in peak off-season mode. The Avs are going to be right back there. And I'm not saying like that's good enough, but you know how many franchises, and maybe call it a loser mentality, like the fact that you're in the mix and you're considered to be a top 5, top 6 team, like you hope you break through at some point, as they did one time in 2022. But like, I mean, who's to say you bring in a coach and don't go the other way? Like,
no physicality, no dog.
But isn't that part of the players they've had on the team as well? Like, doesn't that come down to Nathan McKinnon being a ghost?
Yeah, but you can't go trade Nathan McKinnon.
No, you can't. But
you can change your head coach.
I don't know if that's going to get the result you're looking for necessarily. I guess that's my point.
It's your best option at looking for a new coach.
But there's a big difference to me between where the Nuggets are at with Adelman and where the Avs are at with Bednar. Like, Adelman is
there is zero chance the Nuggets win a ring with David Adelman as their coach.
Zero.
Jared Bednar, we know they can. It's just I don't think he gives you the best opportunity, but you would also have to present me with a couple coaches who give you a better opportunity. And that's the thing. Earlier on in this offseason, I think there were some names out there who I would have liked to coach the Avs instead of Jared Bednar. Now that we're getting to the point of the season, and there are a lot of changes that happen in season in the NHL with coaching, but now that we're getting towards the season, it's probably best to ride it out with Bednar. But giving him an extension and committing to it long term, if you're not willing to eat the money in KSE's shoes, that's a very scary proposition, especially because, again, we've seen them have the same issues in the playoffs the last couple years, and it's always like the same type of response from Bednar.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair. I'm just laughing because Contrarian Jake lighting up the text line again. People are not liking your Ovechkin takes. Not liking the Ovechkin takes at all. Coming after Jake on the text line.
Watch him play hockey. He sits at the left
these
dot.
days, yes, but he's also like the
That's
most
what he
prolific
did in the
scorer
prime
since
of his
Wayne
career.
Gretzky.
Yeah, literally is the most prolific goal scorer since Wayne Gretzky. I didn't say he was a good hockey player. I said he's a goal scorer, and it's a shame that he leads the NHL record books in goals. Like what? Like that to me is like
it's a shame.
Daniel Descalso is the all-time MLB home run leader. Who cares about home runs at that point? The record books. You know what I mean? It cheapens the rest of the accomplishments in the history book because he is not in that class of player. He belongs nowhere near Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, my God. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll preview this World Cup match that's about to start. England and Argentina. Who do we got? Who's advancing to the final? That's next.
Nikola Jokic says he'll sign next summer. But with $360 million on the line and no ink on paper, is the Nuggets front office feeling the heat?
Phil, if he doesn't sign this contract and he is watching the Denver Nuggets organizational moves to put him in a position to be successful, and those moves are to duck the luxury tax and the repeater tax and become less of a team that got beat in the first round anyway. You got humiliated by a team who got humiliated by another team that went on to lose. So you're not close. If the idea is to make the team worse to benefit more financially, and Jokic does walk, he would have been well within his rights to walk.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends SodaDietAndNutrition.com. They've got a big summer offer. You can get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention this station, 104.3 The Fan. 866-800-SODA. Mention this station to get 4 weeks free. Their big summer offer going on right now. It's Soda, Diet, and Nutrition. I want you to call up 866-800-SODA. Listen, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And having those tools is amazing for your weight loss journey because it's about knowing what you need every single day and then having your own nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist with a personalized plan for you, the dynamic diet for you, custom built for you so that you can lose weight and you can keep it off. And that's the main thing. 5 years have gone by and those 60 pounds are not coming back. They'll never come back because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, all thanks to Soda. SodaDietNutrition.com. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
The package of seeds you see at garden stores. I just bought a few. Lettuce, sunflower, and green beans. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. You may be wondering why a banker is talking about planting and not savings accounts. Well, these seeds got me thinking. Growing something new doesn't just happen in the garden. Alpine Bank can help you do that to your life too. Maybe starting a business is on your mind. Is fresh landscaping or a backyard patio something you'd like? When you have a minute, call or visit Alpine Bank. Tell us about your summer plans. Together we can plant seeds and see exciting things grow. Just like my sunflowers. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Brandon Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40
years, they conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine. This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Vantage Security Systems. Invest in real security for your home or business.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome on back into the program. Shapiro and Piro in here for Dover and Cecil. Man, it has flown by. I can't believe we're almost done with 3 hours. It's been fun, though. Shout out to Alex behind the glass as well. I'm just reminiscing. I just had the most incredible peanut butter and jelly Uncrustable in the commercial break, and I want another one.
We just found out peanut butter and jellies were invented in 1901.
Yeah, that was the first time the recipe was published in a cookbook or was made known to the public. The peanut butter and jelly top 5 sandwich.
Who was gatekeeping the PB&J till 1901?
Well, so my thing is, like, when did they learn how to get the peanut butter refined?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, I don't think peanut butter would have really been a thing until the Industrial Revolution.
Like, you could probably just ground up, like, peanuts and, like, make, like, a, you know, like, real chunky version of peanut butter, but, like, that skippy smooth? Like, that's got to be...
Alex, look up when peanut butter was invented. Let's find out.
Yeah.
So, but, like, because jelly's always been a thing. Like, I would guess jelly goes back to, like, ancient Egypt. Like, whenever there's been fruits, they've pounded them up and they've made them into a jam.
Earliest iteration of peanut butter, 1884.
Wow.
So they got pretty quick onto the PB&J there. It was like only 20 years later.
And again, 1901 is when the first PB&J recipe was published, so we could be sitting here in 1892 having PB&Js, but, you know, not officially making them a thing.
You know what's crazy to think about? The American League and the peanut butter and jellies are the same age.
That is crazy. Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
1901. Good year for good
crazy.
inventions.
Yeah. I'm a National League guy. But
JV baseball and good sandwiches. Top 5 sandwiches, man. The Italian
for sure. I got my...
You probably go ham and cheese. I can't eat that, but...
Why can't you eat ham and cheese?
Kosher.
Oops.
Come on.
Flew right over my head. Shapiro.
What are we doing here?
Yeah. No, I would not put the ham and cheese up there. I would put... I'll give you my the Italian hoagies for sure up there. I'm not including like a burger, right? Like the Italian hoagies up there.
No burger, no hot dog in this.
So
even though I would say a hot dog is a sandwich,
I was gonna say.
But I just canonically not the conversation we're
having.
I'll
give you my most underappreciated sandwich, and I think it's a sandwich that is not forgotten, but just does not get the same recognition as it deserves in said conversation, and that's the French dip.
I was literally about to say the
French dip. That's like my third favorite sandwich.
The French dip sandwich, when it is perfected, is probably my favorite sandwich. I do dig the Italian cold cut sandwich, but the French dip, oh my gosh!
Now, can I include the Philly, like a Philly cheesesteak?
That's also on my Mount Rushmore. The Philly cheesesteak is a part of the sandwich.
I'd go Italian, Philly, French dip. Those are my 3.
Oh,
we are
speaking the same language, brother.
See, I think I like an Italian beef more than a French dip.
Chicago in
fair,
but it's a very similar sandwich. BLT, where are you guys going with the BLT?
BLT is good.
How about throw a little avocado in there? The BLTA. Do you like a BLTA more than a BLT?
That's a good one. If we're sticking with the avocado theme, I unfortunately developed an avocado allergy like later in life, but I remember what it tasted like. The classic sandwich for me, kind of like the BLT, is when you add like the nice grilled chicken breast to that with like on top of it with the avocado. That's like a California club, I think, right? With the chicken breast, the
Yeah.
grilled, fire.
You know what I've been thinking? I've literally been thinking about
Swiss
this
cheese.
for a week. Last Friday night, I went out, had a great time on Colfax, went to Pete's Diner in the middle of the night, and I had a Reuben at 2:30 in the morning.
Wow.
And it was so good, I've been thinking about it for 5 straight days.
Wow.
The Reuben would be nominated on my list.
Yep, the Reuben's a good one.
Pastrami on rye would be up there. And more recently, what I've been eating a lot because of the neighborhood I live in, and they're common around my neighborhood. Alex, shout out your people, man. The torta is one of the greatest sandwiches ever invented.
So I was going to ask if it was okay to include a torta. I love tortas. They are some of the greatest sandwiches.
They're
Do
incredible.
you go ham or carne asada?
Depends. Sometimes I'll go even like there's the española that'll include like pork in there as well, which I think is pretty good. So there's plenty of tortas that are fantastic.
That's a good one. I just got back from Florida a couple weeks ago. I got me a Cuban, and the Cuban sandwich goes crazy too, man.
So there's a vegetarian restaurant that does a vegan Cuban in Denver,
Ooh.
which is amazing because I in theory a Cuban would be like top of list of sandwiches I could eat and love. Obviously I can't eat it, but the vegan version that I've tried I love. How about a po' boy?
So I went to New Orleans for the first time a couple years ago. The po' boy is exquisite. I don't think it clears the Italian, the cheesesteak, or the French dip for me. Like, you got to be like in the mood for a po' boy.
Yep.
But it's a very good sandwich.
I'm going to throw this one at you because you've got a little, European in you, a little Mediterranean. How about a gyro?
So I was literally going to ask you if we count the gyro as a sandwich, or is that more,
or is it like a wrap?
Pita, yeah. A proper gyro, bro. Like, a proper gyro is absolutely elite. And I used to live next to a couple of places like Yemen Grill on Evans. Oh my gosh, like some of the best Mediterranean Middle Eastern food you could ever have. The Euros with a Z does a pretty good one for lunch too.
Yeah.
There's one on Colfax by the Good Times. A Euro, when done right, do with that tzatziki sauce and give me the onions, and sometimes they put like a couple of fries in there. Oh my gosh, sign me up.
I'll never forget Brandon Stokely on this show 5 years ago yelling at the audience that it's not a gyro, it's a gyro.
It's a gyro?
It was
That's
so
what my
good.
parents call
One
it.
of my favorite Brandon Stokely takes.
That's why my mom's always like, there's like a Greek spot by her house. Do you want to get gyro? I'm like, it's a gyro or a gyro. If you want to be a little bit more authentic with it.
I think an off the board pick, obviously bacon, egg, and cheese is up there.
Breakfast sandwich, different category.
Kind of different category, but like PB&J we're putting in here, and I don't know if that would be.
I know now that I'm thinking, but
right.
but when you have the hankering for a PB&J, and you've got that sweet tooth, and you load it up with the peanut butter, and you get a good amount and balance with the jelly, I mean, it's a timeless classic.
Do you ever put anything in the PB&J?
Sometimes I'll go honey.
Okay,
sometimes I'll also just do peanut butter and honey.
I like to add those little like French fry sticks. That adds a little crunch to it sometimes. Not every time, but a little here and there. I'm going to throw this one out at you guys. This one often isn't. This will probably be my top 10. A shawarma.
Shawarma's similar to a gyro, though.
Right. It's kind of a wrap more than a sandwich.
Yeah. We got a couple honorable mentions here. Someone brings up the chicken parm sandwich, which is an incredible one. I think I would just rather have chicken parm. Like, if I'm having chicken parm, I want it as a dish with a little macaroni on the side.
Ooh, a meatball sub.
A meatball sub. A meatball
I
sub.
can't believe we haven't gotten there.
Oh
I was literally
my
about
gosh.
to say, who has not said meatball sub yet?
Yeah, that's a good one. A banh mi, the Vietnamese sandwich.
God, I'll mess up a banh mi. They're so good. What I'm learning is we love sandwiches. There's so many good
Who doesn't
sandwiches
love
out
sandwiches, man?
How about a little grilled cheese and some tomato soup?
Oh my god, a proper grilled. I can't deal with it. One of the best sandwiches I ever had. I was at a French, like food, little fast casual spot in the Phoenix airport, and it was like a French grilled cheese with
Shout out Dante
ham in
Gomez.
it. I don't know what that's called. Yeah, shout out Dante Gomez. Dude talks about Phoenix more than anyone I know. And it was one of the best sandwiches I've had in a long time. So I forget what it was called, but it was very good. It was, if you're ever in the Phoenix airport and there's like a little French sandwich nook, get the ham and cheese sandwich that's like a grilled cheese out there. Monte Cristo, we like the Monte Cristo.
I don't know if I've ever had a Monte Cristo.
It's kind of like a breakfast and a lunch in one. People are throwing out there, and this is a classic, the day after Thanksgiving sandwich, when you kind of load everything up right into the bread.
So I'm a little bit of an expert here, and I didn't want to like just show it all off on my CV, but I did work at the sandwich shop in America with the largest menu before I got into journalism. That is Half-Ass Subs in Boulder, Colorado.
A classic.
And they have a Thanksgiving sub on the menu, 365. So if you're in the craving for like a turkey sandwich with some gravy on it, they've got you like in July.
I love it. Oh man, sandwich talk. Well, perfect time for me to go hit a break and go back to the vending machine and get another Uncrustable. Before we get out of here, England, Argentina, quick pick.
England
England for Alex.
I'm going to go Argentina.
Argentina for Jake. I'm with Jake. Argentina's going to win this game. That's starting here in just a few minutes. All right, let's hit a final break. Final break of the hour. We'll come back and reset for number 4. Back on the other side.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
This July is America's 250th birthday, and Low T Center is celebrating 250 years of freedom with our 250 for 250 deal. All month long, men who start testosterone therapy and stay with it for 90 days earn $250. So if you're over 40 with low energy, sex drive, not feeling yourself, don't stay that way. Low T Center is raising the T of American patriots from sea to shining sea. Come celebrate 250 years of America with Low T Center's 250 for 250 deal, because bringing back energy and vitality of your youth is worth celebrating. Go to fixmylowt.com to book a free T test. That's fixmylowt.com. Offer ends July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see it. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's July. The days are long. The light hangs around. Time to be outside, moving, playing, living, and you're sitting it out. Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain in their hips, knees, shoulders, and back, they're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right in their office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. He's back. She's herself again. So if this sounds like you or someone you love, go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a candidate. Call 303-900-8986, 303-900-8986, with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs. It's QC Kinetics.
Nothing beats a Santiago's breakfast burrito, fresh, made from scratch, and smothered in their famous green chili every single day since 1991. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or a burrito on the go, nearly 30 locations across the Denver metro mean you're never far from your favorite meal. And right now, when you stop into Santiago's, you can make a difference too. Round up your change, make a donation, or grab some chocolates at the counter to support Sungate Kids, helping keep Colorado's children safe. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
what it's worth, if you want a little bit more of him and I, you can check us out on the Denver Sports YouTube channel. We do the Shapiro and Piro digital show for the channel, so make sure to check us out over there. It streams on Twitter, streams on Facebook, streams on YouTube, Monday through Friday at 3 p.m. with some clips coming out in the 5 o'clock hour as well. You can follow me on social media at Media by AP, and he is at Shapalicious if you guys want to keep the conversation going off air. I have one more food thought that I would like to get off the chest, and then I promise we'll get back to sports. This is a debate that I had with my friends last night, and I think this is one that might rub a lot of people the wrong way. Is there a variant? I tend to believe, and I use like that dude like standing up and preaching meme, I think the mashed potato is the worst variant of potato. That's my hot take. I think the mashed potato is the least desirable variant of potato. Give me a baked potato. Give me an au gratin potato. Give me potato salad. Give me a sweet potato. I know it's a different food technically. I like mashed potatoes. I'm just saying the mashed potato is the most underwhelming variant of potato.
So I am responsible every year Thanksgiving for cooking potatoes. I am known in both sides of my family as like a legendary potato cook.
Okay.
I think I'm inclined to agree with you.
Okay.
I've never thought of it before.
But I like the mashed, but like give me a scallop potato.
I've never had a potato I didn't like.
I would agree with that.
But yeah, if you start thinking about French fries and hash browns and wedges
Potatoes O'Brien.
I love potatoes O'Brien.
Yeah,
Diced potatoes just cooked up for breakfast. Hasselback potatoes is what I kill. I'm really good at making potatoes au gratin or Hasselback potatoes, both of them. Gnocchi, to me, is way better than a mashed potato. Gnocchi's one of my favorite things. Yeah, and a latke, very, very good.
Yeah, and again, like it's not
potato soup.
Potato soup is good.
Potato soup might be below mashed potato.
But also, like, that's a dish. I guess, like, a mashed potato. Like, I'm saying, like, a potato. Like, you got to put a lot in the potato soup, right? Like, an au gratin potato is pretty simple. A baked potato. Give me a baked potato with just butter over a mashed potato with butter.
Are chips ahead of mashed potato for you?
Yeah, I think so.
So you'd rather like a
chip?
salt and vinegar chip over like
yeah,
a
dude,
steakhouse mashed potato?
A kettle. Yeah, if I'm going to a steakhouse, the mashed potato is my least desirable variant. That's actually how the conversation spurred.
Really?
Yeah.
So you go to a steakhouse, you want the twice baked potato.
Give me
That's
the
what you
baked
go
potato.
for.
Give me the au gratin. Give me the scallop. Like if mashed potato is the only potato option, I might just go cream spinach at that point.
Cream spinach?
Big cream spinach guy.
Over a mashed potato?
Yeah. Give me a veg. Yeah.
I'm going with a twice baked potato. That might be my elite tier potato because like. Here's my thing about restaurants. I can cook a baked potato. I'm not going to cook it as well as most restaurants. I can cook a hash brown. Same thing. I like to get things at restaurants that would take me ages to prepare or are incredibly hard to prepare, where it's worth it for me to spend the money and the time to be at that restaurant for them to service me with that. And a twice baked potato is one of those things because it takes literal hours to cook.
True. No, I like where your head's at. I just had to get that off my chest real quick because it's a debate that I was having last night, and I was like, well, we were talking about sandwiches. Let me bring this up. And again, it's no hate to mashed potato. It's just there's better variants, much better variants in my opinion. Because everyone's like, oh my God, mashed potatoes. Like,
have you ever had potato ice cream?
No.
I haven't either, but this is a thing they do in Idaho, unsurprisingly. But they make some sort of ice cream that's out of potato. I'm not sure exactly how they do it, but I've seen multiple TikToks about this over the years.
Interesting. It's good to know. All right, let's see. Did you watch Summer League last night?
Yep.
Trevin Brazil, I thought, was mighty impressive for the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, he was very good. He had this great sequence where he hit back-to-back-to-back threes. He found the ball in this weird kind of break in transition, and he hit this giant windmill dunk. And he has this great heave of a half-court shot where he was able to put together, I think, 19 points in the first half, and he ended up with a really nice line. Look, it's Summer League. Hunter Tyson was a first-team Summer League guy. It's hard to say exactly in Summer League because it's kind of confirmation bias central. If you like a guy, he performs well, you say he's amazing. If you don't like a guy, he doesn't perform well, you go, oh, see, I told you so. If it doesn't fit your narrative, you say, well, it doesn't matter, it's Summer League. So there's part of that, but for me, as someone who projected Trevon Brazil as I like the pick, I like the athleticism. I like the size bet. I like the defense, but I don't think he's going to impact the roster, at least in year 1, maybe in year 2 or year 3. I look at what he did in Summer League in this game last night, and I say maybe I have a little bit more hope that he impacts the roster in his rookie season.
Yeah, last night for Trevin Brazil, of course, the number 35 overall pick for your Denver Nuggets out of Arkansas. Great game for him last night, 32 points, 19 of which came in the first half, which was a game high as well. 6 of 12 from three-point land, 11 of 19 from the field, and of course the Nuggets go on to win the game. And look, we've seen like guys like Nicholas Skidishvili like win Summer League MVP back in 2004. We've seen Hunter Tyson be named to like the All-Summer League team. Like this is not anything worth putting stock into, right? Like Trevin Brazil having one great Summer League game does not make me feel any differently about what his role may or may not be on the Nuggets this year. At all.
Okay.
But
for me, it gave me a little more hope.
Well, maybe, yeah. I don't know if hope's the right word, but it's like this is kind of what you wanted to see from an elder statesman coming out of college. And I think my role for Brazil has kind of remained the same. Like I think if anything, this is more so confirmation that they have a guy with some upside moving forward into his rookie year.
If he's so good, we can say getting Brazil has a new meaning.
Oh, you're talking
5-0. Yeah, so hopefully he can be the 5-0 for the Denver Nuggets, right? Turn around the fortunes in some ways. And I do like between Brazil and Diallo and Hopkins, all three of these guys have size and an ability to play defense and athleticism at their positions. So that is one thing I'm interested in. And Hopkins has been a little bit more consistent in Summer League than Brazil. He's looked good in all 3 games for the Nuggets in certain ways. So I like I said, both of these draft picks on paper. I don't know that it was the best use of an asset because I kind of thought they'd trade a second-round pick for a future second-round pick. Maybe it just wasn't there. I really hope Bryce Hopkins doesn't have a guaranteed contract and is on a two-way contract. We haven't even talked about that. That's something that could be solved. And then the Nuggets offseason is truly done because they have a 15-man roster. But looking at the Nuggets roster, I think it made a lot of sense to give Trevin Brazil a 2-year fully guaranteed contract. This first year, you're going to get some minutes, but most likely it's going to be mostly a redshirt year. If someone goes down, maybe you get a stretch of 8 to 12 minutes a game over a couple-week period. But most likely, like I said, redshirt year, it's going to be year 2 for Brazil and proving it. And if he doesn't prove it, the Nuggets can get out of that contract after the second year.
I would agree with you, and boy, how nice would it be if Trevin Brazil can come in and make an impact right away? Because we're talking about a Nuggets roster that leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to the talent department, right? Like, I like bringing back Tyus Jones. I'm still confused over cutting bait with Jalen Pickett a little bit. Like, Marvin Bagley's whatever. But, like, if Trevin Brazil could just be anything, like a rotation player here, give you 8 to 10 minutes a night there, whatever it might be, like, that would be a massive win and a massive get for the Nuggets kind of in a nutshell because they're going to be – you know, the starting 5 is going to be pretty darn good. The question is, does the starting 5 stay healthy, and what comes after those starting 5 players? And if Trevin Brazil can work himself into that type of a role, potentially be absolutely big for this Nuggets team, all things considered.
Look, not completely comparing him to Carter Bryant, who was the 14th overall pick last year and played a lot and is at a different position as younger. But if he can give the Nuggets even half the impact Carter Bryant gave the Spurs last year, I think that would be valuable.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, the NFL, or rather ESPN, released their wide receiver top 10 rankings. Do any Broncos make the list? If so, why not? We'll talk about that next.
Bo Nix led the league in game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
And that was year 2.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
Now he's fully healthy. Jalen Waddle is in the building, and the same O-line is back for a 3rd straight year. So what's the one thing everyone's going to notice the moment training camp opens?
Here's the biggest thing I think people are going to notice right away as we get into training camp and on into the preseason. You're going to hear this phrase a lot. Get ready for it. You ready? Here's the line.
All right, give it to me.
It looks like the game's slowing down for him.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Drive is heading to Aurora Hills Golf Course on July 17th from 2 to 6 p.m. Zach By and Philip Lindsay live from Aurora's original municipal course, a centrally located gem with great course conditions and reasonable fees. Live broadcast at Aurora Hills Golf Course July 17th.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com.
Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Hi, this is Larry Dagger with SCL Mortgage, letting you know about our second mortgages for anything you need, including home improvements, paying off debt, and more. Visit us at myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222, NMLS number 1200716.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
I started my first business when I was 12, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I learned if you do the job right, people trust you and customers care that you show up and do what you say you're going to do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts, and spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. When you care about the people you serve, you work harder and it shows. Call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com.
When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 1043 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Hey guys, who wants a t-shirt? Well, this Thursday from noon to 1 p.m., it's time for the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, just head to denversports.com/shirt. Welcome on back into the program. It is Shapiro and Piro in for Dover and Cease. Good mashed potato conversation, but we'll keep it sports here as well. ESPN continuing along with their lists and their rankings and their top 10s. Quarterbacks came out yesterday, or was that Monday? I forget now. Wide receivers was today, though, Jake, and no Courtland Sutton. Jalen Waddle received votes, but was not even in the honorable mentions. I don't think this is necessarily a surprise, though, because I don't think either one of us think, like, what? Is Jalen Waddle a top 20 receiver in the NFL?
There are receivers that didn't receive votes who I thought were better than Jalen Waddle.
Could you give me some names?
DJ Moore.
Well, I think that's for obvious reasons. I think Jalen Waddle is better than DJ Moore.
Really?
I do. And you're going to pull up these stupid numbers because I see you with the... Jalen Waddle's last year was a train wreck for multiple reasons, but particularly because of the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, DJ Moore's had some really bad quarterbacks in his career and has put up numbers too. So, but yeah, I mean, I've watched DJ Moore very closely, and I think DJ Moore made more of an impact to his teams the last couple of years than Jalen Waddle has, in his career at times. But yeah, Jalen Waddle had a better last season than DJ Moore. There's no disputing it. And I'm not going to talk out of both sides of my mouth when I said yesterday about Drake May and Bo Nix and coming off the latest season. So I understand why Jalen Waddle got more votes than DJ Moore. I'm not even going against it. I just personally think DJ Moore's a better receiver than Jalen Waddle. So Jalen Waddle being, the 20th best receiver in football, I also think Courtland Sutton's better than Jalen Waddle, among the people better than Jalen Waddle. So, I mean, Chris Olave, who's on this list right behind Jalen Waddle, I think is better than Jalen Waddle.
Top 10 list here. Jamar Chase comes in at number 1, followed by Justin Jefferson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, Puka Nacua, Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb at 6, George Pickens at 7, Nico Collins at 8, A.J. Brown at 9, and finished out with Devontae Adams at 10. I hear what you're saying, too, about Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle. I think Jalen Waddle's a better wide receiver than Courtland Sutton. I don't maybe think the gap is maybe as large as some people might think. I mean, if you look at their best seasons production-wise, these are both guys that are right around 1,000 yards receiving. I believe Courtland Sutton's most touchdowns in a single season, I want to say, is 10. Waddle, I want to say, is 8. Right? These are guys that actually statistically mirror kind of mirror each other, And I think what's fascinating about what this season might be is Jalen Waddle, outside of his rookie year, is used to having like a Tyreek Hill on the other side. Courtland Sutton is used to kind of being the guy. Now, I don't think that's going to conflict, but like Jalen Waddle's kind of been in that secondary type of role for a large portion of his career, knowing that Tyreek Hill was on the other side. How does that now change with him essentially being the primary focus of opposing teams' defenses, and how does that benefit Courtland Sutton?
And I think that's the big question. And how does Davis Webb utilize both of them in tandem? And will Bo Nix throw as many passes last year as he has been the last couple of years, right? Will they be more reliant on a running game, which has kind of been hinted at by some of the Broncos staff? So those are some of the big questions I have for sure. Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle, I think, can definitely work in tandem. They're different receivers. I don't think either of them is elite, but can 1A and 1B be enough? And I think the answer is probably yes. We look at what the Rams did with their 2 awesome receivers last year, or we look at a couple of these other teams, whether it be, the Ravens in the past or the Bills in the past, and you take their top 2 receivers and you add up the number of production that they 2 add together. And I think the Broncos are going to be able to find that type of production out of their top 2 guys in tandem. So at the end of the day, will Cortland Sutton or Jalen Waddle's statistics, or will their impact be as great as a singular Jamar Chase or a Justin Jefferson or a Puka Nacua or a JSN? Probably not. But in tandem, can, those 2 guys be better than, Stephon Diggs and whoever was the Patriots wide receiver number 2 last year? I guess it was Hunter Henry, their tight end, really. I think the answer is probably yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. And again, I think Cortland Sutton, and maybe we're a bit close to the situation here because we've covered Cortland for so long and we know how good Cortland can be. I think nationally as well, he's a bit of an underappreciated asset.
Well, he's not in the league anymore, according to the players. The players realize that Cortland
for the first
Sutton
time.
Yeah.
And I think a large part of that is because the Broncos are actually winning, right? But I mean, you look at Cortland Sutton the last 2 seasons, right? Especially since Bo Nix came into the league. You're looking at 74 receptions for 117 receiving yards to 7 touchdowns. 2024, 81 receptions for just over 1,000 yards as well, 1,081, 8 touchdowns. Didn't go for 1,000 yards receiving in Russell Wilson's season, but did have 10 touchdowns in that year as well. I mean, Cortland Sutton's been steady. Obviously, the best year of his career came in 2019 if you're looking from a straight yardage perspective, where he's maxed out at 1,112 receiving yards in a season. But his average yards per catch is also right around the same. I mean, this is a double-digit guy. Last year, it's 13.7. The year prior, it's 13.3. 2019, it's 15.4. And yeah, the max amount of touchdowns that Cortland has scored in a single season was 10 back in the Russell Wilson season. I just think, and I was talking with a former NFL player about this, like Jalen Waddle is going to command so much of the offense that it's going to open up these opportunities. And of course, this isn't rocket science or anything like that, but like I think Cortland Sutton is due for a massive season this year with the Denver Broncos. This is a guy who stays healthy. This is a guy who's had the right attitude as well throughout thick and thin with this team. It would not surprise me. Here's my hot take. If Cortland Sutton has more receiving yards this year than Jalen Waddle. It would not surprise me. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but like if it ends up with Cortland Sutton 250 more receiving yards than Jalen Waddle, I will not be surprised.
Who do you think ends up with more wide receiving with more yards at the wide receiver position?
I'll say Cortland Sutton. I really do. That's how much stock and emphasis I put into what Jalen Waddle is going to do. And you know what's fine about this conversation, Jake, is I don't think either one of them care. I really don't. Like if Cortland Sutton, or if Jalen Waddle finishes with more yards than Cortland Sutton, I don't think Jalen's going to feel some type of way, or Cortland's going to feel some type of way, and vice versa. I think these guys are both going to eat off each other's plate.
I'd wager right now that Sutton will have more yards and more touchdowns than Waddle this year.
I can see that too. I could.
I want Waddle, unlike last year, and this is what scares me about the Waddle acquisition. This is the biggest thing that scares me, is the yards after the catch number on both Waddle and Sutton is not that good. In fact, Marvin Mims had more yards after the catch last year than both those guys. Not by much, but point being is, both of those players caught a lot of footballs last year, more so than Marvin Mims, and neither of them really went downfield. I want Jalen Waddle to be a yards after the catch guy. I want Jalen Waddle to use that speed. I want Jalen Waddle to get over the middle and open up the middle passing game more for Bo. I'm fine with Sutton being on the outside. I'm fine with Sutton winning jump balls. I want Waddle to offer them a different element, something that they've been looking for several years, something that the tight end position has not been capable of opening up. And I know it's funny to say this about a guy who's like 5'10", but I really do think that Waddle can do some of the things that a traditional tight end would do in opening up that pass game for Bo over the middle.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And look, I think Waddle is going to be very good for this Broncos team, and I loved the addition of Jalen Waddle in the first place, right? It's just, I'm curious. I just think we know what we have in Cortland Sutton, and the fact that Cortland Sutton has been able to be, able to put up numbers and be quarterback-proof to a certain extent, regardless of who's been throwing him the ball, I think only bodes well for him. Another year with Bo Nix and now adding another weapon into the mix. So neither one of Cortland Sutton or Jalen Waddle make this list necessarily. Jalen Waddle did receive some votes, but not enough to be even in the honorable mentions. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think Cortland Sutton and Jalen Waddle will be an awesome duo for this team over the course of this next season. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, I want to go back to a conversation we had earlier in the show. When we were building out our top 5 Nuggets of all time, in particular building around Nikola Jokic, people are divided about the legacy and the stopping power of Jamal Murray. Why is that? We'll talk about it next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts will have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Walk into the back office of most small businesses and you'll see an old DVR humming on a shelf and a camera over the register the owner isn't even sure is recording. They got that 10 years ago, and the company that installed it doesn't pick up. Vantage can repair or replace all of it. Cameras that read a face in the dark. Access control, network, intercom, AV. One company, one number. Invest in real security for your business or property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit business.vssicolorado.com today.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
We do, and you will too when you see Tacori. Handcrafted in California, Tacori rings have design details you won't find in any other diamond engagement ring.
Including Tacori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Tacori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Tacori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Tacori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. You'll find your Tacori jewelry at Williams Jewelers, along with one of the largest selections of certified loose diamonds in the state at the guaranteed best price.
So come, fall in love with the Tacori ring she's always dreamed of.
Tacori at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood and Williams Jewelers of Cherry Creek North.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Don't worry, Dan, I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come into the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tea at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Whatever the forecast, aches and pains can cloud up a perfect day. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief. So you're ready for sunny skies ahead. Use as directed.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is double, D-O-U-B-L-E. Text double to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's double to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
A little MCR, Alex. Let's go. Middle school me is yearning right now. I love it. I want to see Evanescence in October. It's gonna be a banger. Red Rocks.
I want to see. This is where my middle school thing comes out. I want to go see Fall Out Boy at some point in my life. That was my band.
One, dude. That'd be a good one.
My dad sold things on eBay with the drummer from Fall Out Boy in like 2007.
Really?
They were like a partnership. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That was his claim to fame.
It's a good claim to fame to have, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right, let's have this Jamal Murray conversation. I wanted to hit it a little bit earlier, and honestly, we got a little sidetracked there. And some great conversation. Like, I loved our Rockies talk. There's been a lot to unpack on the program today. But one of the themes that I didn't necessarily think we would talk about today, but arose from our segment where we did top 5 nuggets of all time around Nikola Jokic and all that kind of stuff. People are pretty divided on Jamal Murray. And I don't know if that's because he's still playing. I don't know if that's because what happened in the playoffs last year. I don't know if that's because of the injuries. But, like, in my opinion, like, Jamal Murray's already a top 10 nugget. Like, that's not even a debate in my opinion, Jake.
No, it's not a debate.
And I was surprised. 'Cause I believe we all had Jamal Murray, correct? Like, I had him as my 2. You guys had him as your 1. I'm surprised that there was some pushback, at least from what I was seeing on the text line. Like, I thought that was...
You're over your skis if you think Allen Iverson had a better Nuggets career than Jamal Murray. Or if you're picking him to partner with Jokic.
Now, Allen
Jamal
Iverson,
Murray.
for a whole career, had a better career than Jamal Murray.
Yes.
If you're including Philly.
And I would still argue that he's not even the best fit for Jokic of
I would
the
agree
two
with that
players.
too. I think Chauncey's more egregious to leave off than AI, personally. Like, if you're getting Chauncey for his entire career...
No, Allen Iverson had a much more prolific career than Chauncey.
Prolific, but I'm saying fit with Jokic.
Yeah, but, like, here's the thing with Chauncey. And if you're even counting the whole career, Chauncey was never a guy who scored 20 points per game. Chauncey's shooting was decent, but wasn't, like, exemplary. Like, AI's shooting was bad. He wasn't a great three-point shooter. Chauncey obviously could give you an assist here or there, but even his best years were basically what Jamal Murray offered you this past year. There's nothing in Chauncey's history as a Nugget that makes you go, oh my God, he's absolutely left off and snubbed by you guys. He had that one awesome year in 2009, 2010. That was basically the best year of his career, and it happened for the Nuggets, and it's a one-off year. But Allen Iverson also had that one-off year for the Denver Nuggets. And that's the thing, is like they've had guards who give you that 1 year. I mean, Ty Lawson threw 10 assists a game 1 year, and that team was awesome, 13-14, I think, or 14-15. You know, they've had guards over history that are great. But I don't think these guards that we're talking about are anywhere near in comparison to Fat Lever or Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. And with Jamal in particular, I guess I'm surprised that he's as polarizing of a figure as he is, considering he was pretty responsible for bringing the first championship in franchise history. Like, obviously, Nikola Jokic is first and foremost, and Nikola Jokic is the best player the Denver Nuggets have ever had. But they don't win that championship without Jamal Murray. Heck, they don't win that championship without Aaron Gordon or even Michael Porter Jr. to a certain extent. But like Jamal Murray...
They don't win that championship without Christian Brown, by the way.
Very true. Michael Malone, right? The list kind of goes on and on. Like that was the right team that season, of course. But like Jamal Murray, after winning that championship and, for lack of a better phrase, being the second best player on the team or the second most recognizable player on the team, and what we saw in the bubble from Jamal and everything else, like this is a guy who's trending towards getting his number retired, Jake.
Okay, if I told you 10 years ago the Nuggets are going to win an NBA championship and one of the players in an important game on the road has a 30-point triple-double, what do you think the fan base will think about that guy?
All-time great.
Correct.
All-time great. And I guess I'm surprised, and I get, the emotions are still pretty raw with how he performed against Minnesota. I understand that. But that doesn't outweigh what he did for this city and for the team to help get a championship.
I find it lunacy the way Jamal Murray is treated by portions of this Nuggets fan base. I've thought it to be lunacy the way Jamal Murray was covered by multiple members of the media. I mean, those fools at that four-letter network on the other side of town wanted Monte Morris to start over Jamal Murray for a big part of his career, thought Jamal Murray wasn't a good enough point guard, thought Jamal Murray wasn't a winner. Like, that's a real conversation people in this town were having in the media, people that are respected by some people. It's a ridiculous thing to be said. Jamal Murray, for the entirety of his career, has been nothing but give you buckets and assists and been a winner. And he has figured it out, and he's gotten better to the point where he was one of the 15 best players in the league this year.
But he also laid an egg against Minnesota. He's
Sure.
not the only one, though. But
Sure.
let's not act like
Jokic
he's this
laid an
perfect
egg.
player.
Jokic laid an egg.
I agree, but let's not act like Jamal is an incredible player. I agree, a top 10 Nugget. But he's also not flawless.
Top five. But he's not flawless.
That's a different conversation. That's a whole
He's not flawless. I won't debate that. I mean, he had a bad playoff performance. He was bad in Game 7 against Oklahoma City 2 years ago. He's had some moments in the playoffs that have been bad. I mean, and the injury issue really cost the Nuggets, which I guess really isn't his fault in a lot of ways. And then people will say, well, he didn't respond good coming back out of shape or whatever that is. I don't really agree with that. I think Jamal Murray's largely been in shape and has treated his body correctly throughout his NBA career. I really do believe that. Has he always been completely 100% locked in? No, but neither has Nikola Jokic. I don't think you can say that about basically anyone in NBA history.
Let me ask you this, though. Why do you think the fan base is so divided? Because to me, it should be unanimous celebration of the guy. You're allowed to be frustrated. We were frustrated with Jokic last year. You're allowed to have those types of emotions, but it seems like with Jamal, there's still a contingency of there's a group of the fan base that wants him gone and is okay with trading him.
Because he's got a big contract, he had a bad playoff performance, and he is second fiddle to Jokic, and if you're going to trade a piece, you're not going to trade Jokic, so Jamal Murray becomes the obvious scapegoat. He also has the ball in his hands a lot. He had a lot of turnovers in that playoff series, which I don't even think are his fault because the Nuggets don't have another playmaker, which is something we've been talking about literally since 2024, that the Nuggets have gone unaddressed with that move. I think his attitude rubs a lot of people the wrong way.
That, I think, is a big one.
For me, I've always messed with Jamal Murray. I love his attitude. I love the way he interacts with people. I like that he's prickly. I kind of get it, especially with the way he's been treated at times by people. I respect Jamal Murray very much. I don't think people look at Jamal Murray and think that that is like a guy that's worthy of having that attitude or whatever that might mean in their own little book. But again, All-Star, top 15 player in the NBA this past year. He was the second best clutch player in the NBA this year. He carried the Nuggets almost all season long with Jokic hurt for a significant portion of the schedule. Had his best year, did everything we've asked of Jamal Murray. That happened this past year, and now the noise is perhaps loudest anti-Jamal Murray. I don't get it. I've never gotten the anti-Jamal stuff. It is stupid to me, and it's people that don't actually watch the Nuggets or don't fall in love with this team because, to me, when I think of Jamal Murray, I think of the big moments, the big playoff performances, and him always having a propensity to be a guy that comes back from the devastating, whether it's the injury, whether it's in bad moments, whether it's leading a comeback down 15 for the Nuggets. He is a guy that is persistent, and I like Jamal Murray a lot.
Yeah, I would agree with you completely. I think there are some things that rub some people the wrong way, but to me, the good outweighs the bad with Jamal. Simple as that. Like, you don't like the attitude, you don't like the mentality. Okay, this is a guy who, was dealing with all these criticisms off the court and came back last year and had the best season of his career in the regular season, on top of delivering in the bubble, on top of delivering in countless postseason moments on the way to the championship. It's Jamal Murray a perfect player? No, but it feels like he's not treated with maybe the respect that he deserved to be treated with. Like guys that came before Jamal that played for the Nuggets that did not win a championship have more respect from the fan base. And I don't get.
I think it's because he's playing. I mean, Jamal Murray has more iconic moments against the Lakers than there are iconic moments in the rest of Nuggets playoff history.
No doubt. And it's like we all love the Alex English and the Fat Lever teams, but those are teams that couldn't get over the hump, right? And like whatever it might be, like Jamal Murray climbed to the mountaintop with Nikola Jokic. That deserves a little bit of respect. And I understand the guy's not perfect. I'm not trying to say that, but like without Jamal Murray, they're not NBA champions. Like that commands a little bit of respect. So it's an interesting conversation just because I'm surprised at how divided the fan base is over Jamal Murray.
I'll put it this way. People are mad about what I said about Bo being a mid-tier quarterback or whatever. Jamal Murray's done far more for the Nuggets than Bo Nix has for the Broncos thus far.
Get ready for people
not
to get
close.
Right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, Bo on the show. Fun little conversation that we'll have here. Which player will bury the hatchet with their respective teams first? Carmelo Anthony with the Nuggets or Nolan Arenado with the Rockies? That's next.
Nikola Jokic says he'll sign next summer. But with $360 million on the line and no ink on paper, is the Nuggets front office feeling the heat?
Phil, if he doesn't sign this contract and he is watching the Denver Nuggets organizational moves to put him in a position to be successful, and those moves are to duck the luxury tax and the repeater tax and become less of a team that got beat in the first round anyway. You got humiliated by a team who got humiliated by another team that went on to lose. So you're not close. If the idea is to make the team worse to benefit more financially, and Jokic does walk, he would have been well within his rights to walk.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Or been told you need a procedure or surgery, but you have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's usually more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. I lost 30 pounds in just 7 weeks, and I've been able to keep the weight off, and I'm telling you what, I feel great.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation. Call and take control of your health. Go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com. Results may vary.
America is celebrating, and so is Groove Toyota. The Red, White, and Drive sales event is on. Over 160 new Tacomas, only $349 a month lease. Visit GrooveToyota.com. Find your Groove with $349 a month Tacomas at the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere.
Closed and leased for 36 months with $33.99 with signing. Zero security deposit on approved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details. Based on continuous operation of a Toyota dealership at this location for 60 years. Offer expires 8/3/26.
Summer should be a time of joy for children, but Wish kids often miss out due to their illness, creating a dark chapter during a time that should be filled with sunshine and memories. A wish from Make-A-Wish Colorado can change everything for these children, giving them the strength and hope they need to persevere in their fight against critical illness. My name is Carrie Fletcher. I'm part of the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC. Today, Alpine Bank hopes you'll decide to make a life-changing impact in the life of Colorado Wish kids by supporting Make-A-Wish Colorado. There are currently more than 450 Colorado kids with critical illnesses who are waiting for a life-changing wish, and 110 more kids will be diagnosed this summer. You can help make their wishes come true. Visit wish.org/Colorado to help Make-A-Wish Colorado grant some memorable wishes this summer.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
Most home sellers get one offer.
It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3.
For rocking with us. It's been Shapiro and Piro in for Dover and Cecil again, guys. Jake and I do the digital show on the Denver Sports YouTube channel. If you want to check that out, it goes live on 3 different platforms. Excuse me, I was going to say 3 days a week. That's not the case. It's 5 days a week on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. All the Denver Sports handles at 3 p.m. So Shapiro and Piro, just search it up. You'll find it. We appreciate your guys' support. If you want to continue the conversation off air, you can follow me at Media by AP. He's at Shapalicious. And Jake also does a great job writing for the website, DenverSports.com. I run the social for us at DenverSports 104.3. So we appreciate your support on the air today, and we appreciate your support for the brand, the website, and the social media platform as a whole. We do a lot here, Jake. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, huh?
Yep. That's what we say, right?
Yeah.
And that's normally the person in your office who does nothing, but for us, we actually do a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
The jack of all trades, the master of none.
Jake of all trades.
Yeah, the Jake of all trades. Yeah. Okay, let's have a fun little conversation to kind of bow out on the program today. I mean, I think we've covered a lot, right? Like Zach and Phil at the end of their show like to do, what did we learn today in Denver sports? I think there's a couple different things. We got into some nice debate about the Rockies and how they should handle their trade deadline. I think if there's one thing we learned outside of who the Avs are playing on opening night on September 30th.
And we like sandwiches.
Yeah, we learned that we like sandwiches
and some
a
potato
lot.
stuff.
And potato stuff. I think we learned that Trevin Brazil, has some real upside. I'd say like that's like the one applicable thing towards Denver sports that we can apply from today's show.
But you're not taking any stock into it.
No, I'm not. Just because it's like it's Summer League and Hunter Tyson is a guy who was all NBA Summer League team, right? And like Nicholas Skijvili is a guy who won the Summer League MVP in 2004. Like there's been enough indications in years past for me that a good game here, a good stretch here in Summer League doesn't really amount to anything.
What if I told you with Trevin Brazil that he never scored 32 points in any college game, and the most threes he hit in a college game was 5, and that was against Queens, North Carolina, minor college level team. And he also hit 4 against Texas Tech and Duke. Point being, he hit 6 in that Summer League game last night, and he had 32 points. He had more points than in any college game of his career, and he had more threes. So that was something that I learned, is that Brazil's a better shooter than I thought at 35%, coming out his senior year at 34%, shot 3.5 per game, which I think is really valuable because that's Christian Brown numbers, right? Like that's not necessarily something to sniff at. Christian Brown's are, but when you're a forward, in college, it's a little bit different. So I knew Brazil had upside because he was the SEC Defender of the Year, and his dunking is off the chain, as the kids would like to say. He also helped his team in Arkansas win 2 tournament games and the SEC tournament.
True.
I knew that Brazil had the opportunity to be a winner in college, was a winner, had a real impact on that. But what I saw last night with him in a Denver Nuggets uniform was he has more scoring touch than I thought when given the opportunity, and that's something that you need if you're going to stay on the floor in the NBA.
Well, and I think one of the things that you and I harped on with Brazil, but also Bryce Hopkins coming out of college, is the programs in which they played for, and the coaches, more importantly, in which they played for.
Both guys won their conference tournament this year. Both guys won 2 tournament games.
Right. Rick Pitino, John Calipari, Arkansas, and St. John. So they're getting high-character guys.
Isn't that crazy? Brazil and Murray were coached by the same guy?
That isn't. I
didn't think about that until just now.
Yeah, that's a good point. How many years apart, though? Murray came out in what,
11 years, maybe?
When was Murray drafted? 17?
No, he was drafted like
16?
15. Jamal Murray was drafted.
I think it was 16.
2016, 7th overall pick. Yeah. So 10 years apart. 10 years apart. Calipari's still doing it.
Fascinating. Yeah, it's a factory out there. All right, let's get to this conversation. Let's pay it off. When it comes to burying the hatchet, which player do we think is more likely to do that with their respective team? We're talking about 2 former star players here in the Denver Metro and the Denver sports scene. Carmelo Anthony with the Denver Nuggets and Nolan Arenado with the Colorado Rockies. And obviously, I think the divorces from both teams happened for different reasons. I think Melo, there was some outside influence from Lala. It's kind of like John Lennon and Yoko Ono in the sports world, right, with Lala and Melo. And then with Nolan Arenado and the Rockies, there was some trust issues with Jeff Bridich, frustration with ownership. So it's not like both of these situations necessarily played out the same. Let me ask you this to get us started. Which divorce do you think is uglier? Which one was like the nastier divorce and separation?
I think the one that got more media attention was the Carmelo one.
Clearly.
At the point where he was in his NBA career, where with what the NBA was, and Lala being a TV star, I think that one got more attention. Locally, though, I do think in a way the Nolan one was messier because of the fallout with they traded $50 million with Nolan?
Which is so bizarre.
And they got what back?
Like, who's negotiating that deal? Like, how is that even, like, a thing?
1 year after he signed an extension to remain a Rocky for life, basically?
Mean, it's ridiculous. Like, it's one thing to trade the guy 1 year after the extension. It's another thing to add $50 million going to St. Louis. Like, what are we doing?
To get Austin Gomber?
Yeah, he's flamed out. Where is he, in Atlanta now? I don't even know if he's in the big leagues right now. I think he's with the Atlanta system. I'm not sure if he's pitching for the Braves or not, though. Austin Gomber's wife is more popular than Austin Gomber. She's like a TikTok star.
Is she really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gomber's in the minor leagues. He's playing right now for the Gwinnett Braves.
Okay, so I was right with the organization. But yeah, I mean, I would agree with you too because I think Nolan's had more long-term ripple effect because the Nuggets were still good after they traded Carmelo, right?
Well, think about this. Just look at the returns from each player, right? And we know Danilo Gallinari and Wilson Chandler, and they had that awesome year, which I still think is one of my favorite Nuggets teams. Alex, I know you've said that's like your favorite Nuggets team, maybe outside the championship year. They got a lot of pieces back in that trade that made them good right away. And then also they got Jamal Murray.
Right.
They got Jamal Murray in that trade.
The pick swap.
Whereas the Rockies got what back for Nolan Arenado?
It was Gomber. Dude, I can't even
I want you to try and remember. There's a
I
really funny
literally
one.
Can't.
There's a really funny one in
it's
there.
Still on the team or no?
No, definitely not.
I'm drawing a blank.
Montero.
Oh, that's right.
Who was literally
Rafael Montero.
No,
that's the
Aliris Montero.
Yeah.
Who was literally the worst player in Major League Baseball for 2 straight
Is he
seasons.
He's out of the game or what?
He's in Japan.
Wow.
I think he's in the 2nd division of Japan baseball.
Wow. Yeah, Rafael Montero was a Met pitcher.
Mateo Gil never made the majors. Tony Lucy never made the majors. Jake Summers never made the majors. Austin Gomber and Aliris Montero. Plus $50 million. That's what they got for Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, so there's no questioning which trade was better with respect to return. Like the Nuggets actually did a good job, and the Nuggets still had a competitive roster, right? And then it kind of blew up a little bit after with George Karl and
I think they could have kept that going had the Iguodala thing and the Karl thing not gone so south both at the same time.
Yeah, I would agree.
Which turned out actually to be a blessing because it led to the Nuggets opening the new era with Murray and Jokic.
Malone.
But either way, that ended up being one of the best Nuggets seasons. Like, you want to talk about, a star player maybe inhibiting your team. They got instantly better as soon as they traded Carmelo Anthony. What have the Rockies done since they traded Nolan Arenado? They got extremely bad.
Yeah, Trevor Story rotting on the bench for a couple of years or however long it was. Yeah,
and then they gave Chris Bryant the money they probably should have given to Trevor Story.
Yeah, 100%.
Which both guys would have been a bad contract, but one's like the ultimate bad contract.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you had the corpse of Charlie Blackmon for all those years, right?
The walkout song was so good.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Putting butts in seats, right? But I mean, like, it's an organization that is just now starting to recover and turn a page and turn the tide from where they were after that Nolan Arenado trade. I mean, we're talking about upwards of a half decade of turmoil, whereas the Nuggets turn the page like in the blink of an eye.
It'll be probably 10 years between the Rockies having above 500 teams, in part because of the Nolan trade. And I know that Nolan played for that team in 2019 that ended up going south, but Nolan wasn't the problem. Nolan was incredible that season.
And that was the first year without LeMahieu.
That was the year where guys were actively telling me, including very high-ranking people in the Rockies organization that year, I was being told that, yeah, we're 4 to 5 players short. Early on in the year, They knew they did not have the roster anymore. Coming off a year where they were just 1 half win shy of beating the Dodgers in the division, a year later they're going, yeah, we're 1 half win short. They literally got 20 games worse overnight because they just didn't spend in the 2018-2019 offseason. And I think because of that, it led to some really bad blood between Nolan and the organization and how sour things got that year. And they decided to choose Jeff Bridich over Nolan Arenado.
Not surprising for the time.
Not surprising, but it's not like the Nuggets chose, Masai Ujiri over Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony wanted out. Nolan didn't even say he explicitly wanted out. He just said, I want to win. What are we doing here?
Yeah, but after a while it was implied that he wanted out.
Because they weren't winning. They weren't attempting to win with the clown show they had running their team. So for me, it wasn't even Nolan said, I don't like Denver, get me out of Denver. Carmelo explicitly was like, let me get out of Denver.
Right.
Nolan was like, hey man, I want to win. Can we try to win?
It's so weird though, because he didn't really win in St. Louis. He played in 3 playoff games in his time in St. Louis?
Yeah.
But I understand at the time, and I'll stand this, Nolan Arenado is the best player I've seen play for the Rockies. I was not around living here. I was here for the tail end of Todd Helton, and I was not here for Larry Walker, excuse me. For my time living in Colorado, which is since the mid-2010s, for my money, Nolan Arenado is the most awe-inspiring player. Not that I've only seen play for the Rockies, but really play Major League Baseball. Prime Nolan Arenado for the Rockies was a sight to see. Really was. And so, yeah, the organization's lack of a commitment to winning ultimately led to his departure. But let's not act when you look back on Nolan Arenado, the best years of his career will always be in Colorado. Body of work. You're going to say, oh, there was the one year in St. Louis.
The best singular year of his career came in St. Louis.
But when you
his prime came in Colorado.
When you think of the team Nolan Arenado is best known for, it'll always be the Rockies. Always.
Yeah, but to him, will it be? And that's the question that led to this. Will it be the Rockies at the end of the day? And I think he'll go into the Hall of Fame one day, which is debatable, but I do think he'll go into the Hall of Fame one day.
Very good.
I would say he was great. He was great. He wasn't very
good.
His
peak was as good as anyone.
He was the best defensive third baseman in baseball for 10 straight years, and arguably one of the best defenders in the history of the game.
And he was hitting 25 plus home runs a year and 100 RBIs.
Exactly.
That's everything you needed.
Multiple times MVP top 5. Andy had a pretty good longevity to his career. So Nolan, to me, when he does go to the Hall of Fame, I don't think he's going to be wearing any logo.
Yeah. Interesting. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS FM Laramie. Dover and Cecil here on Denver Sports 104.3, brought to you by our friends over at Wayback Burger. Shapiro and Piro filling in the last couple of days. You guys got the drive coming up next. But I think it's a fascinating discussion, and we'll get Zach Bai's opinion on it. Zach, the way that we're framing this is peak mid-July sports talk radio conversation, right? Which former star player do we think buries the hatchet with their respective team? Is it Carmelo Anthony and the Nuggets or Nolan Arenado and the Rockies? Two different scenarios.
Yeah.
But it's a fascinating conversation to explore.
I think Melo and the Nuggets, just because it's so much further in the rearview mirror and has had time to sort of scab over, scar over, heal. I think he'll be back in Denver here in pretty short order, actually. He's now calling games for NBC. It's only a matter of time before he draws an assignment in Denver. And
true, good point.
Has to face this crowd. And if you remember, and I know you guys do, Melo came back to Denver and lost. I mean, it was almost like the basketball gods frowning on him from a mile high whenever he returned. So that was, he got booed every single time up into his last road game here in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but because I think so much time has passed, he hasn't helped himself by saying stuff like, they gave Jokic my number on purpose. And of course, that was never true. I mean, he said that as recently as like a year ago.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that the ownership group that was here when Melo was here is still here. That's true with the Rockies ownership as well, but not his number one nemesis. His number one nemesis was Jeff Bridich, who was fired, I don't know, a year after that happened, a year and a half, something like that.
Quit like 3 months after, actually.
Was it that soon
Did
after?
He quit? Yeah, he resigned about 3 months after. So they chose Jeff Bridich over Nolan Arenado in that feud, and then Jeff Bridich said a couple months later, I'm out.
Well, things must have just been so untenable there because the PR storm that the Rockies faced during that time was unparated. Like,
and basically their entire PR department turned over after that too.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. And then but then part of the story that needs to get mentioned that I didn't hear on the drive in, and maybe you did mention it, but Nolan wasn't 100% like he signed, said he wanted to be a Rocky forever. They missed the postseason the next year, so it was like first real sign of adversity. And if you unpack from the intro press conference in St. Louis, he was sending videos of himself to his buddy in St. Louis saying, "Come get me." Like he put his line in the water and tried to get out of here within a year after signing that contract. So I'm not saying that like, hey, it's Nolan's fault, because when it's this messy, I think there's some dirt under multiple fingernails. But yeah, that at least deserves to be mentioned in the story.
No, I think that's a good point that you make. And I've gone back and forth, and we've talked about it a couple times today. I think the difference as well between Nolan and Carmelo is when it's all said and done, like Nolan Arenado is going to be a top 3, top 4 Rocky of all time, right? Like Carmelo's probably not even cracking that. He's not in the top 5. Like we did our top 5, surrounding cast around Nikola Jokic earlier in the show today, and Melo was mentioned but not included in either one of our lists. And so I think when the intensity of playing baseball wears off for Nolan, I would expect an olive branch to be extended from Nolan or from the Rockies organization rather to Nolan Arenado. And I think once he's not playing anymore, maybe he's a bit more receptive. Whereas I feel like there's some hurdles to overcome still for Carmelo, with Jokic still actively playing and everything that comes with that.
Zach, and you mentioned a great point. Ownership ain't changing with the Nuggets anytime soon.
It could be with the Rockies.
It could be with the Rockies.
Yeah, that's a good point,
and that might
too.
change the calculus.
Yes, and I believe in time the Penners will own the Colorado Rockies.
I don't think they buy that team. I don't think they buy that much of a stake without a path to control. And I haven't gotten that proven, but I don't think they would have done it.
So I don't think so either. So we're on the same page there. But if you are rooting for that to happen, and we have not talked about this, okay? If you are rooting for the Penners to one day buy the Colorado Rockies, the number one thing that you need to be rooting for, and I don't know if this lines up with your natural instinct as a fan, but the number one thing you need to be rooting for if you want Greg Penner to own the Colorado Rockies is in this collective bargaining agreement that a salary cap gets introduced to Major League Baseball. And if that happens, because here's what I think I know, the Penners are not getting involved in more wholesale fashion if you can spend like the Dodgers. But if it is more like the NFL and the current NBA, which kind of serves as a hard cap as well with the second apron in some ways, they are going to aggressively advance toward the Colorado Rockies.
So then why not, though, if you're the Penners, right? You have all the money in the world. You can't be like the Dodgers. So why the cap?
Because I think that in actuality, just because they have a bunch of money doesn't mean they necessarily want to spend it all on human beings to play sports in front of them. I think they like the idea. You know, and I shared this with you this past year. They're building that facility, right? Mm-hmm. This is not even going to be close to what the stadium is going to entail. The stadium is going to be over $1 billion. This was under $200 million. Greg Penner was paying very close attention to the budget on that building. It wasn't like, spare no blank check. That's not how these guys operate. So I think they like the cost-controlled nature if baseball went in that direction as opposed to the current setup now. And I'm almost speaking like factually. Like I have talked to enough people
Yeah.
that are close to the Penners and that situation with the Broncos that's what we should be collectively rooting for.
Yeah, well, you don't accrue that type of wealth if you're not smart with your money and how you manage it, right? Like, it's one thing to have a lot of money and throw a lot of money at projects, but it's not just, a fire hose, of just money to get all this stuff taken care of and built. So that's actually a good thought, and I didn't really think about it from that perspective, because the Broncos probably look at it, or the Walton Penners in this situation, say, like, we know how to spend our money within a cap, and then we can use, the extra financial resource we have to make the organization attractive in this way and that way, versus, like, the Dodgers, and I'm not sure their rationale behind it. They're like, who's going to be in the arms race with us, right? And it feels like they have complete control of the sport, and I don't know if another billionaire group like the Walton Penners necessarily want to dip their toe in that water, especially as a division rival.
Right.
Like, that's the other thing, is you're directly competing with said team.
And I think the most common logic would be, no, have the Penners get involved with the sport, and because they're worth $80 billion, they can be the Dodgers. I think it's the opposite from what I understand. Real quick, before you guys get out of here, I was listening to you guys having the Jamal Murray conversation. And Anilo, you kept on saying he's top 10 player, top 10 Nugget. He's top 5 Nugget.
Yep.
Jamal Murray's a top 5 Nugget. As the second best player on a championship team, the Nuggets never got close to a championship.
Right.
I think you can make the argument because of his run here and because what they accomplished, and now he's got the All-NBA accolade, All-Star accolade. I think you could make an argument he's Mount Rushmore. I feel more comfortable saying 5. That being said, I still think they need to trade him. And this is not Jamal Murray sucks, trade him. No, it's this stock is as high as it has been in a decade right now, coming off his first All-NBA season.
Yep.
But also something you guys were saying that, like, I know he played bad against Minnesota. Guys, Jamal hasn't been good in 3 straight postseasons.
It's fair.
And that's the truth. We haven't used that playoff Jamal moniker in quite some time. And this past year was obviously a disaster. Last year, it wasn't great. And him scoring 5 points in Game 7 in the first half, and when the game was really in the balance before losing by almost 40, he was completely nowhere to be found. And the decisions that he made between Game 6 and Game 7 that I've talked about, when he was sick as a dog and we didn't know if he was going to play or not, and the decisions he made deep into the night up in black, like, I just didn't like that. But then the year before, the season after the championship, Jamal Murray had the worst true shooting percentage of any player that takes 20 shots or more in 50 years.
Yeah, he was bad in that Lakers series. He just hit the clutch shots.
Yep, twice.
Yeah.
But he was bad. So it's been 3 straight postseasons. And Jake, I've said this to you before. Phil, you've heard me say it enough. In today's NBA, your 2 best players can't be your literal 2 worst defenders. And you're not trading Jokic.
Yeah.
And I think that if you're looking for a lever to pull that can meaningfully shake things up, which it doesn't appear that they're going to pull, but in my estimation, since the season ended, I've been kind of banging this drum. Not because Jamal sucks. He's literally a top 5 player. He's literally still in his prime. I think this has kind of ran its course.
See, and you're approaching the conversation from the right point of view of he's really good. It might have run its course. He's just got an All-NBA team. He did what we asked him to do. A lot of people in the fan base I see are approaching it from, he sucks, we can't accomplish anything with Jamal.
Right.
And I think that's the wrong place to approach it from. He is literally, it's Joker, English, Thompson, Issel, and Murray for me. That is like the class of Nuggets.
Fair list.
Yeah.
So then where would Melo be?
Probably 6. I think Murray bumped him out.
I was going to say, I think he's top 10. I still think he's top 10. It didn't sound like maybe you co-signed that.
For Melo?
Yeah, Melo.
No, I think Carmelo's probably in the top 10. We were doing starting 5, and we didn't include Melo in our starting 5. I think for sure, like around Jokic. And he had an interesting one. He put Dikembe at the 5 and we moved Jokic to the 4.
I don't hate it, man.
Ultimate
rim protector.
Yeah.
You're not worried about him back there being your last line of defense.
Who would be your top 5?
My top 5 Nuggets of all time?
Well, no. If you're creating that roster like they just did.
Oh, creating a starting 5.
Because I'll give you mine. Murray, Fat. I went I went Thompson at the 3. Dikembe and Jokic as the bigs, and I had English coming off the bench. What was yours again?
And then I also had Murray, Fat. I went Alex, English, Aaron Gordon at the 4, Jokic the 5.
Wow, no Carmelo.
Gosh,
man.
yeah. Alex was with us too. He didn't include Carmelo either.
I don't want to flippantly give you a list right now. I want
That's
to
fair.
think
No,
about
it's a fun. This is the time to have a conversation.
Because the one thing, my natural instinct is, you said you had Alex English coming off the bench. And that's like, and I'm pointing at Jake here, doing radio. I'm like, You can't have Alex Ingles coming off the bench.
No. They have so much depth at that forward spot that it's like, what do you do with it? And you want the defense of a guy like Fat Lever or Bobby Jones, like similar to Kemba Mutombo with Jokic next to Murray. It's like, then you kind of are out either English or Thompson. So what do you do?
Interesting.
It's a fun one.
Yeah.
That is a good one.
Give me more time to think about that because I don't want to just flippantly say. I want to actually put some thought into it the way that you guys did. Fun conversation. Okay, you want to know what? Let's just continue sort of where we just left off because here's my thought. The Boston Celtics made a shrewd business decision based on a new philosophy that I think the Nuggets should pay close attention to. That's next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets